Alright, hello everyone. Sorry so much for such a late stream. I have had so many technical issues. Let me... There, I had to fix my audio with OBS. Another troubleshoot. Wow. So many issues today. More troubleshooting issues. Alright, anyways. If I can even speak. Wow. Today I'm going to be just grinding a little bit. It's going to be a very chill, relaxed stream. I'm also going to be yapping, thoughts and opinions. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. I will be... Here, give me a second. There we go. Hello. So then you guys don't think that I'm just a freaking bot. Anyways. Yeah, I'm so sorry for such an awkward beginning or start of the stream. I've been troubleshooting so much, and if anybody's caught up to date with what I've been doing recently, at least today, I've been actually developing my own... I wouldn't say it's a full game. It's kind of like, it's a project to kind of test my prowess with the RPG Maker MV engine. I've been doing a lot of that today. I finally got a plugin that I think works for the most part, but it still needs a lot of work. So, but yeah, it's been a hell of a day. And then of course, after doing all of that troubleshooting and figuring out what's wrong with the here, let me turn up the gain a little bit. Alright, there we go. But yeah, after figuring out what the issues are with that, there's still even more issues with the plugin. And then after all of that, I tried getting stream started, but my game froze. So I had to restart the game. And then after restarting the game, I actually had to... my computer actually froze, like the entire computer. So I had to, as it was downloading all of the assets from the most recent update. I don't even fucking remember what it was. It was something that came up yesterday or last Wednesday, I think, or I don't remember. But yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. So because it froze during the download of the assets, I then had to restart my entire computer, and then I had to uninstall and reinstall the game, and then I had to reinstall all of the assets of the game. And yeah, I still have assets that I got downloaded. So once I move on to a different area, you are going to have to see me actually re-download assets for Garda and the Abyss 4 area, and it's such a pain in the butt. Yeah, I don't know what happened, why all of that happened necessarily. I think I'll have to crack open my I was gonna say my phone for some reason. I think I'll have to crack open my computer, see if maybe it needs a quick cleaning, checking other things out for it. Actually, start losing your hair if you keep it like that. Bro, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean? My hair's not too bad. Don't get me wrong, I understand everyone's, I'm not even gonna entertain the comment. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. No, I don't think I will. Alright, let's see. So I am trying to grind the Abyss. I was going to say Abyss 4 for some reason. That's not at all what I'm grinding. I'm grinding the Blade and Bastard dungeon. And the reason why is because we're trying to get as much Fey junk as we can, on top of leveling people up. But the way that it's going, I think I might just drop the concept of leveling people up and just go full throttle into the junk. And try to get as much Fey junk as possible. And the reason why is because we have about 3 days left of this dungeon, maybe 4. I think it was 3 days. And I have not gotten a single 4-star piece of event exclusive equipment, and I don't know why that is. I've been farming ever since the event dungeon dropped, and I haven't found a single piece. I haven't found a single piece of event exclusive equipment that has been 4-star, like at all. Like I haven't even found 4-star white. The most that I've seen, like the highest that I've seen from the junk piles, like the Fey ones, like not just any of, like I mean like the Fey ones. I've gotten a ton of Fey junk, and for some reason I just can't seem to get anything past 3-star blue. But at that point, why would I even settle for that when I can just get the same thing from the exchange shop, but the exchange shop ones have 2 unification tiers already. So it is just a pain in the butt. I mean, from stress, well, we'll see if stress takes out my hair sooner rather than later. I don't think so, but we'll see. Hey, Somnio, how are you, man? Glad to see you stopping by real quick. Leveling 3 Knight, yes. So Sevilla, Einike's, okay. Einike and Sevilla, yes. Deborah is a thief still. Lana is a fighter. I'm not leveling her up at all. Marianne is still a priest. I'm going to max out her priest, and then I'm going to change her into a mage. And then MC is actually a thief. He's a frontline thief, and I have a fuck ton of defense, comparatively speaking, to most other thieves. Which is actually kind of crazy to think about, because I have over 300 defense as a thief. And the only reason why I have such little HP is because I have Morgus's contract up. For the additional XP gain for everyone else. So I could take that contract off, get my health back, and then and then just full throttle into farming junk, which I think I might just do like right now. I don't think I need to get rid of the contract, but just in case, because I'm gonna have this on auto. Let's see here. Because thankfully, Einike is already level 65. Thank goodness gracious. Sevilla's not, so I think, yeah, Sevilla's. So Einike would be the only one who's actually going to get the level up. See, I have to re-download all the fucking assets from everything else. It's a pain in the ass. But it's what we need to do if we want to cancel the Marcus contract. So I'm going to actually make a quick list right here. So we want a 4-star augmented Dragon Slayer. We want a 4-star Troll King Ring. Let's see, Tunnel 4. And then we also want a 4-star Refined Saber. And we are not going to be accepting anything less than a blue. Because at this point, we're just going to be blitzing through. So here, I'll kind of tell you guys what I'm planning on doing. Like, what's the strat is for farming this Fey junk. So, make a contract. We just want to get rid of our contract. Because we're not going to be using it, so there's literally no point in having it. So we're going to have our HP back, so just in case we get kind of fucking slammed with damage, we don't have to worry about it. But the strat is we're going to be just fucking dogpiling on all of the enemies in floor 3 of the Blade and Bastard collab dungeon. And the reason why is because, from what I was told, Fey junk has a higher rate of dropping on enemy kills. So, like, if you were to compare how much Fey junk you get just from gathering the chests around floors 1 and 2, compared to just killing enemies in general. The Fey Junk has a higher chance of dropping from just killing enemies. So, and floor 3 has a high density of enemies. So because of that, what I'm planning on doing is I'm just going to go to floor 3 from the floor 2 Harken. Just go to the very end of the map and then go all the way back. And then that should allow me to defeat around 80%, if not more, of the enemies there. Having a really good chance of getting the Fey Junk. And then we're just going to stockpile on the Fey Junk until around the end of the stream. And then we're just going to bulk summon and just see what we get. I'm really, really hoping that we can get 4-star of each piece of gear. Let me download all these resources first for the other points in the game, then we'll get back to grinding. But again, so we're going to make it so then... Or, not make it, but we are going to farm for a 4-star Augmented Dragon Slayer, 4-star Troll King Ring, and a 4-star Refined Saber. And we cannot accept anything less than a blue. And the reason why is because a blue... We can get a 3-star blue from the exchange shop anyways, or already. So if anything, we want to use the weapons or the equipment that we get from the exchange shop as unification fodder, and then we can use the 4-star blue to actually use. All right, nothing less than blue. Obviously, if the best I can get is like a 4-star green by the end of the event, obviously I'm going to be settling with that because it's a 4-star. Why not? But I would prefer to have a 4-star blue at the least. Yo, my Gillian is at 99 strength and at level 69 hope to hit 100. Bro, I hope you hit 100 too. What the heck? That sounds like you're going to be able to. From what I've noticed, I think their appearance rate is similar, but floor 3 seems to drop multiple at once. Really? Because I was told that it was just because of the Fey Junk drop rate being increased when killing enemies. I didn't think it was, like, floor dependent. Hello again, Juju. Yes, hello, Juju. Hope you're doing well. I am doing a-okay. A little bit stressed, but that's just because of the personal projects that I'm working on. Other than that, we're chilling. We're chilling. Nice to see you again, Juju. Don't forget to like the stream. The stream? The stream. Oh my god. Thank you, Somnio. I appreciate it. I got lucky with 4-star purple Augmented Dragon Slayer with attack, divine, and accuracy, and a 4-star exquisite Trollkin Ring. No blessings. Holy moly. That's the best I got from this event. Hey, the fact that you got a 4-star at all is freaking amazing. I have not gotten the pleasure of getting a 4-star anything in terms of event gear. It's been pretty rough. I'm talking like I've been farming for the entirety of the event and I haven't gotten one. Add that to the bad luck counter. But that's not going to stop me. I'm going to try my best to grind one out. Grind one out? What the fuck am I talking about? To grind out the ability to have a 4-star event gear. I'm just going to open this. Maybe we'll get some money items. Additional money items will never hurt. Hey, herbal medicine. Yeah, we don't care about that. Sweet. I'm sitting on 20 Fey Luminaries. I'm waiting until the event goes before opening them. Well, you better start farming for some more. That way there you'll be able to have a higher chance of getting what you need, you know? It's good, better than mine. Hey, it's better than mine. Definitely better than mine. The best I got is what is accessible to me in the exchange shop. And I've been lazy, that's fair. I've also been a little bit lazy. And the reason why is because I've Okay. When I say a little bit lazy, I mean like I've been working on like other projects and shit, so I could theoretically be doing like grinding in the background while I work on my other stuff, but it just would have been such a hassle for my uh my ADHD riddled brain. So I just didn't. So there'd be like one day where I just didn't grind at all, and I'm like I'm like thinking about it. I'm like fuck, totally could have just done that. Let's see here. We are going to go and just grab the entire main team. Where is... I just saw her. Where'd she go? Well, there's a Banyas. I'm looking for I already put you there. What the fuck am I talking about? Alright, who the fuck should I put in my back? I don't even know. Chloe, maybe? Lavana, maybe? I don't know. Yuzu? Maybe? I don't know. You know what? We'll do Yuzu because she's evil. Let us have the additional boost from Alice, I suppose. I need a OCD. Abanius is usually always on the left. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh yes, this is also what I didn't show everyone on stream. So I have this Ebon Steel Saber that I've been using since the Blade and Bastard collab first dropped. And what really sucks is I have, if you can see right next to it, I have maxed out a 3-star Refined Saber, and you would assume that it would be better than the one that I have currently equipped because it's silver. But unfortunately, that's not really the case. I don't know. So it has more surety because I was able to alter surety on here because I got this from the exchange shop. I got attack percentile and surety on it. So I was able to alter surety on the last one, on the 4th one right there. So I get less accuracy equipping this. I also get less raw attack. So if I got this right, I am missing, let's see, so I get a reduction of 13, but I get an additional 12. So I get one less, so because of the way the scaling works for magic and attack power for Samurai, I am actually losing 1 attack point when I equip the Refined Saber. And I'm also losing accuracy, all for the bonus of 5 extra surety. I personally do not think that's worth, and it is very, very unfortunate that I plus 20'd it and I got this. I feel like if I got attack and attack percentile on the first 2, and then I was able to roll surety for the 3rd one, and then I could alter for surety for the last one, I feel like I would be losing accuracy, but I would be getting a lot more attack and surety out of it. So, because her accuracy is already kind of nutty. So, I hope that if I have to settle with a 3-star blue Refined Katana, I can get that kind of roll. So we'll see. We'll see. So for the exchange shop, for this event, I'm going to focus on getting Refined Sabers, because those are the most expensive, and in my experience, they are harder to get than the Augmented Dragon Slayers. I think the drop rate is the same between the Dragon Slayer and the Refined Katana in terms of the junk piles, but in my experience, it's harder to get Refined Sabers than it is Augmented Dragon Slayers. So I'm just going to focus on the Augmented Dragon Slayers in the exchange shop. So that's what we're going to be doing with the extra exchange currency that I have. Now, as a thief, I do not need this. I don't need the shield or the dagger. And I still find it so crazy that as a thief, I have 311 defense. Especially since I have a lot more defensive passives that I need to increase. So, yeah, that's pretty nuts. I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna put this and the weapon into storage, and we're gonna equip myself with a bow. And then I think we are good to go, actually. Oh, does Deborah have the... She does. Okay. Do I need that bow, or can I use the Ebon Steel Meteor Bow? I think it's fine. I don't think it's terrible. It'd prevent me from having to mix up my Yurza's thing. Oh wait, I could actually just put on the Deborah's bow. The bow that Deborah has, I meant. Because I'm not using her on my team. Duh. Okay, sweet. Alright, so now we got the team. Alright, we got the team going. We got everything. I think Yuzu's set up still. Yeah? Yeah, she seems alright. Yeah, alright. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we'll get started on the grind then. Alright, 4-3 grind, here it is. Yo, what's poppin', folks? Is Wiz the only gacha you play? It is not the only gacha I play. The only other gacha I play is Lost Sword. But I mean, I would make content on it, but I don't know what I would do for content for that game. Honestly. You'll get that 4-star saber today, Unk. Hey, I need a 4-star everything, bro. I'm also not going to reverse my Fire Blossom chunk from the Gerard dispatch. I'm sitting at 120-ish chunk. Samya, what are you doing? The chunk isn't even that good. Just get rid of it. You don't need it. I promise, Samnio, you do not need it. Oh my goodness. I've gotten some 4 stars that I wouldn't mind you doing something with in an account review. I mean, yeah, I'm totally down to do some more account reviews. Not tonight, because it's already so late, and I kinda just need to farm the event. But let's see, 3 or 4 days from now, it's gonna be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So like at the latest Tuesday. So next Wizardry stream, I could do account reviews. Yeah. Goon Sword, true. Yeah, no, I do like Lost Sword because it's a lot of eye candy with a stat calculator on the side. Love to see it. Love to see it. But yeah, so this is effectively what... Wow, I gotta stop stumbling and fumbling over my words. So this is essentially what I am going to be doing for tonight. Is I'm going to just be blitzing through everything, seeing what I get, hoping for the best, really. I am also, because my MC is a maxed out thief, I'm also getting additional money items on top of the blessing, because I have the skill that increases the money item drop rate from the thief class passive, on top of the blessing for the server that increases the amount of money items you get per drop. So I'm getting higher chances of bonus items on top of increased bonus items, I want to say, from the blessing as well, on top of the thief blessing, the thief passive that also increases the amount of money items that you get. And the reason why this is so important to me is because not only am I broke in real life, but I am also extremely broke in the game. So, see, when it says you received Azure Ore with ×4, and that's orange or orangish yellow, that means that thief passive has activated. So I would have gotten like 1 or 2 less maybe, but because of that thief passive, I have gotten more than that. I don't know the actual calculation for it. Nice passive proc there. But I don't know what the exact rate is for that passive, but I do know that it is very helpful for trying to get money items. Make a team of mommies? From what? From Lost Sword? Dude, trust me, there's no way you can't make a team of mommies in Lost Sword, alright? That's all I'm saying. Unless you mean Wizardry, in which case, I mean, have you seen my team already? Like, come on. What do I do with my Levana dupes from the 4 Heroes banner? I would say, if you don't already, try to get a Strength Ivy Levana, and then build her up. If you already have a Strength IV Levana, I would say to probably inherit them into the Levana you're currently using to try to get her inheritable skill to level 3. And then once you get her inheritable skill to level 3, I would say invest the rest into Discipline. Because level 3 is usually the mark where, you know, you are getting the most bang for your buck. Like, you're dealing the most damage for a decent amount of SP. So once you get to level 3, you can just start investing in Discipline, because that's bonus stats. Why would you not want to get bonus stats, you know what I mean? So I would say that... Wow, excuse me. I think I just needed a quick drink. But I would say that around the time where you get level 3 inherent, just start going all in on the Discipline. And once the Discipline's maxed out, I would say either inherit her onto other players, or other characters, excuse me. You can also do that too if you don't want to upgrade her. Or then after you're done inheriting, then start upgrading her Discipline. Her Discipline kind of sucks. It does kind of suck. So the reason why it kind of sucks is because it focuses on accuracy and magic defense, which blows. But it still increases other stats, like the SP pool and your HP and all that other nonsense. So if you don't care about the Discipline, I would say just unlock the Discipline to level 1. And then start inheriting her onto your other characters. Because her inheritable skill is very, very good. It is a water type attacking skill that takes all of your weapons stats into account, like all of their passives. This does not include an element if your weapon has an elemental difference, if that makes sense. Like the skill will always be water type. And then on top of that, then you can also have Adam's Inheritable, which will prevent enemies from resisting the water elemental effect that the skill has. And you can also use it wherever the hell you want on the party, because it ignores distance modifiers. And on the side, it has the ability to either spell seal the enemy, or to reduce the enemy's magic damage if they cannot be spell sealed. So overall, it is a very, very good move to have on more than one character. And I should know, because not only did I inherit it onto my MC, but I also inherited it onto my Wana and my Ibanez as well. It is a very, very good move. As you can see, it is right here on my Lana, on top of my Ibanez right here. I usually try to keep the favorites here the same for the most part, so then it's just like, because they fill in the same role. They're just my damage dealers. So I just try to make everything the same, so then it's just easy. Like, I can turn my brain off and just click on the skills that I need to click on. I focused on Levana's Discipline, but nothing on her inheritance. That's alright. I mean, like, so if you really want to, you can use your codexes to increase the skill's level. I personally wouldn't recommend it, but if you're desperate to increase the amount of damage that your Levana does with the spell, or the skill, excuse me, you totally can. But personally, I would say either wait until you get more Levana copies, or just settle with level 1. Because level 1's not a terrible skill. It's really not. You just get more damage from the SP that you use at level 3. Her Discipline, yeah, it sucks because the focus sucks, but Discipline as a mechanic is still something that you'd want to have at least level 1 of, to give her those bonus stats, you know, the bonus SP, the bonus MP if you use spells on her, or the bonus HP. Like, it still gives you bonuses, it's just what it focuses on primarily isn't the greatest. And even if you want to, like I suggested, like I did, you can actually pass her skill on to other characters, and actually the skill will stack in magic attack power decrease. So if you have a Levana and a character with Levana's skill on the same party, you can use Levana's skill on Levana, you know, where she throws the axe, and then you can do the same thing with the other character that has her passive, or her inheritable, excuse me. And then you can actually just stack spell damage decrease. And that's what I do to the Greater Seal Demon, so I can still have that, the DPS that I need for him, But I also have that spell decreasing debuff, so then he's not like dealing too much damage with his spells. Excuse me. I think you mean Abenius. Nah. You're crazy. You're crazy. Yeah, I'm doing some last-minute farming too. Got too busy with IRL stuff, unfortunately. Hey, I do not blame you, Juju. That's how I feel. I'm just trying my best to start grinding. That is all. Let's see. Her inheritable skill is great, but I don't know how good it is without being leveled. Honestly, at level 1, I don't have any complaints, really. I have it level 2 on her, and it does... I would say it does a decent amount for a level increase. I don't have, like, exact numbers, so I couldn't really tell you, but from what I've seen, it increases it by around... Oh, why did I start at floor 1? Excuse me. I think it's like an increase of like 150 to 200 damage, I think, from level 1 to level 2. And then it's just going to be a higher damage count at level 3. Wait, are you supposed to use the codexes on... Oops. So, I usually recommend people use codexes on skills and passives that cannot be increased via inheritable. So a perfect example of this would be Shiu's Ephemeral Illusion Stance, because that skill can be upgraded, but there's no way of upgrading it outside of codexes. So you can totally still use codexes to level up other other skills and inheritables and stuff. It's just usually not recommended because you get an extremely limited amount of codexes. Because the only way to get codexes that's not a one-time thing is the bounty shop. And they only give you 1 codex per month if you have the bounty tokens for them. So outside of that, there's no other way to really like get more codexes than you would initially get from like the other events that you would do. Because like event exchange shops like Alabaster and Fordrag, like those are a one-time purchase. Once you buy all 5 codexes from each exchange shop, they will never come back, unfortunately. I really wish they changed it, and I've been saying they should change it, but so far they have not. And unfortunately, they have not changed it even now. So, unfortunately, the only way to constantly get a stable supply of codexes is from the bounty shop, and again, that is only 1 time per month. Hey, not a problem, guys. I'm just glad that you guys are able to be here to hear me out. That's all. But yeah, if anybody else has any other questions or anything, just anything that comes off the top of your mind, off the top of your head, just let me know. Because right now we're just good farming, we're chilling, kind of doing some second monitor content for y'all. Do some wizardry grinding ASMR. I'll have to check out how much Luminary Fey junk we have after this run, because I actually don't think we got any since we started, to be honest, but we'll see. I'll probably summon the other junk piles throughout the stream just to see what we get, but when it comes to the Luminary Fey junk, I'm going to wait until the end of stream to open that up and see what we get. I also need to check out how many of the exchange tokens, or angular crystals, whatever the heck they want to call them. I have to check how many we have left after this run, too. Was ASMR? Yeah, I know. I was actually talking to Magoto earlier today on Discord, and he was saying how I should kind of make a... I forgot what he called it, but it was like a dev log stream, if that makes sense. Because for those of you who are just joining the stream right now, I am working on a solo project. Well, it's solo as of right now. I don't mind people joining. but it's kind of a solo project to make a game that is extremely similar to Wizardry VD Daphne in terms of just like the upgrade system and stuff. The way it plays, I mean, yeah, you could make that argument. It plays extremely similar too, but I would then rebuttal and say it's just every like dungeon crawler game. So you should watch Goats ASMR. Oh, I already did. I already left a comment on it too. Thought it was very funny. Start grunting. I am not grunting. Yeah, you are out of your mind if you think you're gonna start doing that. Oh, we have 33,000. Sweet. Where was I with the? I was talking about. Oh no. The solo project. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's essentially it's gonna have a very similar upgrade system to Variance Daphne. That's like the main focal point right now. And I'm using it, or I'm making it using the RPG Maker MV engine. So this whole day today, I've been trying to make a plugin that would have a blessing system very similar to Variance Daphne, because I do actually like the blessing system of it. So I'm trying to get something that's very similar. I'm going to have different names, obviously, and the way that you upgrade the gear is also going to be different. So it's not going to be exactly the same, but I want it to be similar enough to where if you've played a Variance Daphne before, you kind of get the general gist of how the progression system in upgrading your gear is going to work. So this whole day today, I've been working and trying to finagle something with the RPG Maker engine, and it's been a struggle. It's been very rough, because I have to actually code in what I want it to do, and because I'm not actually editing the engine itself, I'm making a completely different script for it, and then kind of sliding it into the engine itself, like the engine's coding itself. Sometimes it just doesn't register, or other times it does stuff that I think is doing that I want it to do, that I think I want it to do, and then I do a second part of how to test, and it just completely falls off and it just fumbles, and I'm like, okay, well that's not gonna work. So it's been a bit of a hassle. So it's until I get a hang of what exactly I'm doing, I don't think I'm gonna do a devlog stream. But it is definitely the process so far has been very interesting to me. Oof, accuracy and magic percentile for both. Very unfortunate. So for those of you who are not familiar with the way the scaling works for samurais, because I've been confused about this multiple times. I'm sure some of you already know. The scaling for magic attack and normal attack power, both of those are 1-to-1. So essentially what is happening is my Shiyu has 686 damage because it's taking... This is more of from my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody's going to correct me. I'm sure Shiro is going to yell at me at some point about it if I'm wrong. But from my understanding, the magic attack power is literally just added on top of the attack power. So I have 686 attack power from my understanding. Again, if I'm wrong, Shiro's going to fucking yell at me, so it'll be corrected by tomorrow, and I'll probably send an update comment on it. So, regardless, that's my understanding. So, if I settle with magic attack and magic attack percentile on a saber, it'll essentially be the same thing as if I were to put magic, or if I were to put attack power and attack power percentile. Again, that's my understanding. I would still say go for just normal attack power, just in case I'm wrong, but what I am trying to say is that if you get magic attack on a saber or a katana, it is okay. Again, if I'm wrong, I am more than certain somebody will correct me. So I should pull a Strength IV Deborah with 5 bonus points. Should I use her? I would not recommend that for a Deborah. Oh, actually, hold up. I take that back. You said Deborah. Hold on. I don't know why my brain didn't process Deborah as like actually being Deborah. It processed it as somebody else. Hold on. So for Deborah, I can definitely see a Strength IV. So my Deborah that I'm upgrading right now, she is a Luck IV. And the reason why is because when you're a knight, you usually want luck. And she already has kind of everything going for her that would make her a sufficient knight. What you could do, if you have the resources, you could take a Luck IV, right? Kind of upgrade that. I would say have a Luck IV Deborah, and then put all of the bonus points into Strength. And then, when you have the ability to, merge an alternate of Deborah, like her dancer alternate, let that be the Strength IV, and put it into the Luck IV Deborah. Because the merging, I've said this last stream, I want to say, but the merging allows you to have 2 IVs if you have 1 IV on each character, like on each version. But the base, like the one that you're keeping, that IV is going to be more prominent. So you're going to essentially have a higher strength stat growth because of the IV that you merge into her, but the more prominent one is going to be the Luck IV, is going to be the luck, if that makes sense. So you're going to have the bonus points in strength, the slightly higher strength growth from the Strength IV, on top of having all around really, really good luck. And the reason why luck is important for Deborah is because if you change her to a knight, she's going to be relying a lot on luck. Now, thieves have gotten a couple of more skills that also rely on luck, so I could probably make the argument that, well, you could always rely on luck for thief as well, because it affects trap opening, and then the new skills that they got from level 60 to 70 are affected by luck as well. You know, or not all of them, but some of them. For the most part, it's mainly because you want Deborah as a knight, because everything that is kind of like on her right now kind of just pushes her to being a really, really good, like, surety hitting knight. So I would recommend go for Luck IV, invest all your bonus points in strength, and then go for an alternate Deborah or a base Deborah, whichever one you don't have, whatever one you're not using, and then with Strength IV, and merge that Strength IV into the Luck IV one. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that personally. I wouldn't recommend this if I wouldn't do it myself. So, I mean, if you're a little skeptical on it, I'm doing it myself. So, I wouldn't put you astray, you know, not purposefully at least. I already did 300-ish summons. I got 8 Gerards. Holy crap, Somnio. Good for you, man. Good for you. How does developing a game on RPG Maker work? Yous need to write a lot of code or not? In RPG Maker, you can effectively make an entire game without writing a single bit of code. The thing is what I want to do is so extremely specific, and it's literally almost recreate the Variance Daphne upgrade system and put it into the game. So because it's so specific, I actually have to make my own code, you know, my own code block or whatever the hell you want to call it, and actually just put it in the plugin folder for that game specifically. So right now, I'm kind of testing to see if the plugins that I'm making are working and all that other stuff. And so far, it hasn't. It's getting there, but I just lack so much knowledge on JavaScript. Like, the most education that I've gotten on JavaScript is the fact that I have passed the beginner course on solo learn of JavaScript, so I am not an expert in this language at all. I just know like the very basics of it, and that goes the same with like all of the other coding languages that I've learned, because I've completed the beginning courses of C++, C Sharp, JavaScript, Python, and I believe there was another one. Maybe that was it. I don't remember. I think those are the only 4 that I can think of at the top of my head. If there was a 5th one, I can't remember. I did start my intermediate classes on C Sharp and C++, but I never actually finished them. And because RPG Maker focuses solely on JavaScript, in terms of like the back end of the game's computing and shit, like the game engine, I actually have to use JavaScript, because if I use a different coding language, it's not going to like communicate properly. So for those of you who aren't familiar with like coding or anything else, there are different coding languages that need to be utilized for the specific engine you're using. And again, the engine that I'm using is RPG Maker MV, which uses JavaScript. So if I were to use like C Sharp or C++ coding or even Python, it will not communicate at all. It just would like read it and be like, dude, what the fuck is this? Why are you like putting this here? I can't read this, you know? So I have to do it in JavaScript, and I have to scrape off the rust from what I've learned, on top of learn more about like, it's like scrape the rust off and then build on top of the knowledge I already have from it, which admittedly is not an extreme amount. So very, very fun stuff. If people are interested in seeing me fuck around with that kind of stuff, I would definitely look into making a stream or something about it, if people are interested. If not, then I no hard feelings. It's kind of boring watching someone kind of just at a computer just going like this on their keyboard all day, not like, you know, talking or anything. Or just babbling to himself like, why isn't this working? So I don't blame you guys, but if you're not interested. But Magoto did say that, you know, there could probably be a small audience interested in seeing that kind of stuff, so I figured I'd like throw that out there too. But yeah. that's my little rant on top of answering your question. I'm sorry, Malcolm. I just realized that I was supposed to just answer your question, but I ended up rambling on and on about like coding and shit, so that's my bad. He was a strength. He was a 9 bonus point strength IV, or the best one was. Oh, that's freaking awesome, Somnio. Dude, good for you, man. Holy. How much do IVs matter damage-wise? Like 1%, or is it doubling the damage? Ooh, good call. I actually got an old Deborah that is luck IV and 7 bonus points. Thank you, bro. I don't have her alt version, but I'll wait until she drops. Hey! I'm glad I could help, Jujubin. Excel, a normal live is 79 strength at level 60, a strength IV. Mine is 90 at 60. Brother expecting to master JavaScript when he struggles with English is something else. Excellency, would I tell you that mathematics and coding makes way more sense to me than the fucking English language does? I'm not kidding. I am that autistic. I don't know why that's the case. But coding makes more sense to me sometimes than English does. And I learned English way more, or way earlier than coding. And me trying to struggle to articulate that thought kind of just proves my point. Okay, let's summon some of these junk piles, shall we? Which ones? Oh, I forgot. I got the garage summons. Oh shit. Oh, we got 13 Fey Luminary. What the heck? Alright, well, we're gonna summon these three characters. Let's see what we get. I was kidding, bro. I know, I was going along with the joke. Like, I'm not gonna take it personally. It's whatever, man. Oh, you're dyslexic? Bro, I have never been officially diagnosed with dyslexia. So believe whatever fanfic you would like. The only English word I don't struggle with is Yekaterina or Yekaterina. That's not even English, bro. What are you talking about? That's made up wizardry speak. Well, I do love myself some RPG Maker games like IB, Mad Father, and the notorious Dark Souls-like game. Yeah, I mean, there have definitely been a lot of people who were able to make the RPG Maker engine work, and that's why it's just the RPG Maker engine is very restrictive to what you can do with it. And the only way to kind of break out of those restrictions is by using plugins, which are what I'm making, in order to get the Wizardry-like upgrade system that I am looking forward to having in this game. And I would also like, I realize that I haven't said this, but I would also like to establish, or let everyone know, that this game is not going to be made for profit. Like, none of it is. It's going to be completely free. So, when I'm actually done with the game, it's going to have no, like, actual economic support or anything like that, or monetization or whatever the hell. So, once I'm done with it, I'm just going to send it to everyone to download and just try, and then once everything's, like, good, everything looks good, then I'll probably make a short game, I don't know, with a similar... Again, I'll probably do something else to, like, differentiate it a little bit more than Wizardry, but just being able to have the plugins and the scripts that I can edit later, like, once I finalize them and then I can edit them later, being able to do that is just going to be such a boon for when I actually want to make the game that I want to make. So this is going to be completely free. Everyone can download it. I'm going to be posting it on the itch.io website, so then everyone can download it. The only reason why I'm not posting it on Steam is because it costs $100 to upload a game, and to upload a game with no, like, financial backing, with a post-up cost of, like, $100 seems very not good for me, for my pocket. So I'm going to be posting it on itch.io. It's going to be completely free. Everyone's going to be able to download it and just have fun, see how they feel about it. And there are also going to be some other changes. Like, I'm going to be adding some quality of life features to this system too. So that's another differentiation from the Wizardry upgrade and blessing system. So, like, once you... Like, I'm going to have the same system of, like, there's 4 blessings, and you can change one of them out, and you can't change the other ones. Like, that system is still going to be there, but you are always going to be able to, like, be told or to know what blessing you altered. So if you forget later on in the game, you'll be able to see that you altered one of the 4 blessings, because there's going to be, like, an H next to it, or not an H, an R. There's going to be, like, a letter R next to it. And that's because the game that I'm making right now, it, instead of alteration, is going to be called reforaging. So you can reforage one substat for another. And you can only do one. And you're going to be able to understand, or you're going to be able to know which one you changed later on, because there's going to be, like, an R near the end of the substat. So then you're not trying to, like, guess, oh, well, I don't remember what substat I changed. Let me go back to the town and then talk to the smithy to find out which one I changed, it's especially going to help because this game is not going to be like a tap to just click, like a tap game, like an actual mobile game. Like, you're going to have, like, an actual character running around the areas. So, like, you're going to be, like, deep into a dungeon, and you're going to be like, well, this piece that I got is pretty good, but I can't tell if it's technically better than the piece I have right now because I don't remember if I altered a substat in this piece on this gear or not. Well, because I have that quality of life feature, you can now see that you did just by taking a quick glance. Wow. Excuse me. Just by taking a quick glance at it in your equipment menu. Like that kind of thing. You know? So there's going to be some different, like, quality of life features to it and stuff that I'm kind of, like, you know, trying to take feedback on. So if anybody has, like, any fucking, like, anything, like, any thoughts about, like, how they would like to improve the system mechanically speaking, you know, like, what they would prefer, I'm definitely down, like, to hear suggestions. But yeah, that's kind of like the things that I'm going to be doing to kind of differentiate it even more from Wizardry's actual upgrading and blessing system. Yekaterina is your Russian name? Gotcha. How do you plan to make the characters work? Pre-made characters, or the player gets to make their own characters? So neither. I'm going to do the... oh, what was it called? I forgot the name. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Darkest Dungeon. So I'm going to take the Darkest Dungeon route. And essentially, if you're unfamiliar with how the recruitment system for that works, is you go to a recruiter and you ask, like, hey, I want to recruit someone. They're going to give you a list of randomly generated characters. They're going to have, like, randomly generated. This is the plan, all right? Whether the plan comes to fruition or not, that is to remain inconspicuous. We don't know. I don't know. But this is the plan, okay? It's going to be just like how Darkest Dungeon works. You're going to talk to a recruiter, and they're going to give you a list of randomly generated characters. They're going to have randomly generated features. They're going to have randomly generated skills, different starting equipment, different classes, all that good stuff. And the reason why I want to do that specifically is because I like how Wizardry Variants Daphne gives you a character, and then you, the player, have to find out how to make that character work. And I don't like in the older Wizardry games where you can just click on a character and be like, oh, well, this person is this race, so I could just change their class to this and then put their bonus points into this, and now I don't need to change this character at all for the entire remainder of the game, because this is easily the best combination you can ever get at the beginning of the game. And because I feel like that kind of ruins the difficulty of building a party, because I feel like building a party should be something that is like part of the game. Like, it shouldn't be like a feature of the game where it's like, okay, well, I just want to get this part over with and start playing. I feel like the person should have that struggle to have that kind of, like, difficulty into, okay, well, this is what I have. These are the characters that I have. How can I make this work as efficiently as I can until later on in the game when I have the characters and I have the equipment that I want, you know? So, like, then you can, like, finagle and move around stuff and see what works, what doesn't work. And then later on down the line, when, you know, you kind of have a basic idea of what you want to do later on, then you can be like, oh, well, you know, this character just showed up and they have this skill and I've been looking for a character with this skill. So maybe later on when I find, like, a piece of equipment or something that can change their class, or they can do something that can give them a skill that can be learnable, and from this shop I can put it onto them and it'll make them even better, and it's exactly what I'm looking for, you know, like something like that. So that's why I'm thinking of, like, a randomly generating character list from a recruiter of some sort to kind of give that mystique of character development, of, like, or just something, some other form of randomness that would make the playthroughs more interesting. That is the plan. Whether that's going to happen or not really depends on my determination on if I want a plugin like that to really, really work, and how much time I can invest into such a plugin. What might happen is I might have a list of characters that I just create, like, a preset for, that the player character can recruit, and then they can kind of adjust how they want it. But the real plan, the real idea, is what I described prior. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, this sounds like the most optimal way. I like it. Again, that is the plan. Whether that's going to happen or not, again, depends on the determination and the time that I have for this thing. It is going to be very hard to do because I'm doing this solo. But because I'm using RPG Maker has their own preset assets. So because of that, all I need to focus on is the actual coding and the game mechanics, which is literally all I want to focus on anyways. And that's why I'm focusing on perfecting, or at the very least, making these plugins good enough to where I can use them and put them into other games that I'm actually going to be making a profit on and, like, use actual assets and stuff for that I get custom made. I'm going to be making these plugins, correcting them, and then using them for other projects. That's kind of the plan. So this project right here is more of like the tech demo, if that makes sense, or like a demo of what I am not only capable of, but what I am going to try to implement in later projects. Because this project that I'm doing is not going to be the only one that I do. I am actively planning on making my own studio. I have already kind of made a studio Discord for it. It's not. I don't have any like crazy future plans in the next like couple of weeks or so for it. Like I don't, but this has always kind of been the plan. I make a YouTube channel. I make content that I like to make content on, and then I use the the ad rev and stuff that I get from the YouTube channel, and then I can use that to kind of fund the projects that I'm going to be doing. That didn't really work too well, because for the main issue was life got in the way. That's the huge thing. But I'm starting to pick up momentum again with what I want to do, and that's kind of where the plan is still headed towards. And yeah, I figured that what better time to try testing game mechanics than game mechanics that are fairly similar to a community I've already accrued, and then have them try it out and see how they feel about the game. Worst case scenario, the plugins don't work and I burn out and I have to wait for a little bit longer, Best case scenario, I make a free-to-play game that the entire community somewhat enjoys at the very least, and I can go on to future projects. Let me take Gerard. Hey, I don't actively develop Wizardry VD Daphne. I can't let you date Gerard, I'm sorry. That's not something that I can physically do. If I could, for you, Somnio, I would. Alright. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of just nonsense steel gear. I think these are like the lowest dog poopy junk piles. Yeah, because we're getting a lot of steel stuff. So once this... Excuse me. Okay, so it's the 4 scale. So the 4 scales is the shitty kind. Excuse me. That's the 4 scales is the steel. Nobody gives a fuck about the steel. Okay. Yeah, again, just got dog shit. This is like this is real shitty. Yikes. Okay, so now we're on the Ebon Steel stuff. The Ebon Steel stuff is the Blossom stuff. So we can use this for like unification fodder. Alright, so this is actually the shittiest ranking junk. Which, I mean, I'm sure everyone can tell, because goddamn, we got a whole lot of fucking nothing. Holy. So the Luminary junk is the stuff that we want. Wait, I never understood the difference between the Fey Blossom junk and the Fey 6 Energies junk. I don't understand the difference between this. So, this is the Blossom Fey junk. which, I mean, fine, you know. But then I look at the 6 energy junk, and it's the same fucking junk. Like, what? Like, does it increase the chance of Saber? Okay, it does. Because Saber in the 6 energy junk is 6. For the Fade chunk, for the Blossom Fade chunk, it's 5.5. Is that it? Is that like the only difference? Everything else is 7.27. We got the higher ones, which are 7.267. And then these, we got 7.2 on everything. We have 7.23 for the Ebon Steel Sword, Rod, and Great Sword. 25, excuse me, and staff. So these top three, so like there's like very little change, like extremely little. All right, whatever, man. So I guess the best junk to be collecting is the 6 energy junk and the 7 luminaries junk. All right, whatever. What are you grinding for? I am grinding for the 4 event silver pieces of gear. So we are going to be going for the augmented Dragon Slayer. I forgot to write this down. It was the hold on, let me just make sure. It was, yeah, okay, it was exquisite. The exquisite Trollkin ring. Okay. Now that I have it written down, actually, because I was broken up from my my yapping. So we are going for a 4-star augmented Dragon Slayer, a 4-star exquisite Trollkin ring, and a 4-star refined saber. We are going for all of these for 4-star. That is what we are looking for the most, and we are accepting nothing less than blue. So it has to have 2 blessings already on it before you level it up. And the reason why is because I want those stat bonuses. Alright? I'm gonna be so fucking real. I want those stat bonuses. I have a 4-star normal Ebon Steel Saber. There is no reason why I can't have a 4-star silver refined saber with 2 blessings. Because the saber that I currently have on my Shiyu, that is not my Shiyu, that is a knight. The one that I currently have was a 4-star green. And the only altered stat on this saber is the surety. So it naturally had 25 attack, and then it rolled attack. So it had attack flat already, and then it rolled evasion, accuracy, and attack percentile. So I changed the evasion to surety, and then I composite reinforced the saber a couple times because I had no luck getting the exquisite katana, and it's been kind of just on my samurai ever since I got it. It's like this is like I've got this since the since the Blade Ambassador collab first dropped, like originally. This has been in my on my account since then, so this has served me very, very well because I never really needed to farm another weapon for my samurais. It's just such a good piece, and it rolled so well. And then I was able to composite reinforce it to kind of tie it with, not completely because it's not completely reinforced. I can do it like 4 more times to completely reinforce it to silver tier. But I am mainly looking for a silver refined saber, so then I don't have to spend so much gold to try to get it to silver tier. Hit that table like it owes you money? No, I can't hit it too much. It's a very fragile table. It's been around for decades. I'm not kidding. Yikes. I think I got a 4-star purple refined saber once. If you got rid of it, dude, I'm gonna cry. You should have kept it, dude. Oh my goodness. Because I have... Lana, you can't equip it. I did not mean to click on you. Because I have a 3-star refined saber, and it just... yikes. It's on the right track, but it's not what I'm looking for. So I'm really hoping that I can get a like this is actually pretty good. I think I would prefer attack percentile where the magic is though. So yeah, that's why I'm not using that. I also got this one first, which had attack percentile and surety. So I don't know. Anyways, that's I'm looking for those those 3 pieces of junk or of equipment. Excuse me. All right, so we need to extract a couple of things because before I did the summons, I was at 950 out of 1,000 for my storage. So I am 100% well over 1,000. Let's see here. We don't need any of the steel equipment for the most part. I have a really cracked Staff of Splendor already. Although it is magic power focused. If I get a Staff of Splendor 4-star with Divine Power and Divine Power percentile, that's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Really, really good. Let's see, what can I extract here? We're going to keep the refined sabers. We're going to get rid of the normal sabers. Maces. We're keeping the silver rods just in case. We are going to keep this rod of weakness. I don't really care about these axes, nor these one-handed swords. We are going to be getting rid of a lot of things, especially the gauntlets. The gauntlets of helmets I don't necessarily need right now, because I am going to be trying to get really, really good Separation Cave gauntlets and helmets. So I'm just going to be using those and then composite reinforcing them because they can roll so high from the demon, the Greater Seal Demon. And their tolerances are really good. I mean, like, extremely good. There is no point not to use them. Reason why I'm going to get rid of these 4-star with accuracy is because I'm going to be trying to get hunting boots later anyways, like these guys. So 4-star with accuracy on a silver boot really doesn't mean anything to me. Let's see, Troll King rings. We got the Bracelet of Sealed Battle. I could probably unify that one, actually. We'll see. Because as much as I really do not care for the Greater Seal Demon Ring, I will definitely use it if it if it has a crazy god roll. Oof, very unfortunate. Oh, another quality of life thing that I was planning on making for my project's extract system is that I would make the fragments guaranteed. So as you saw when I was extracting the blessings there are actually some failed extractions that don't drop anything, and the only way to fix that is actually buying the pass that they give in the shop here in this game, which I think is pretty shitty. But regardless, that is one thing that I am changing for the game that I have. Is I'm going to have. I was thinking of having some fragment system in here, or in the game that I'm planning. I don't know yet. I have the groundwork for it, but I don't have it actually implemented yet. So essentially right now you can get fragments, you can get guaranteed fragments from 1 to 3 if it is a failed extraction. But I don't know what exactly I'm going to be doing with those fragments just yet. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what to do with those yet. I just thought, because one of my biggest gripes, so when I'm making this game, I'm also thinking of like what I really don't like about this game in particular and what I would prefer to change. That's kind of like the viewpoint on like how I am kind of building off of with this game. So I always wanted the failed extractions to 100% of the time, no matter what, always drop at least 1 fragment. So then you can exchange them into the refinement stone exchange shop, and you don't feel like the extraction is completely wasted because you're still getting something out of it. They fixed that issue by essentially making it a paywall, And I didn't like that. So I figured, hey, let's just let everyone have a chance of getting fragments and have the minimum amount of fragments you get is 3, max is, or I'm sorry, the minimum is 1 and the max is 3. And what exactly am I going to do with those fragments? I'm not entirely sure yet. It's most likely going to be some kind of exchange system, but I haven't figured one out personally. But I just implemented that out of spite, admittedly. So whether they're going to be used or they're going to be just pulled out of the game entirely, that's up in the air. I just wanted to make sure that that was in there because I really did not like the fact that they paywalled that mechanic in this game. It was solely out of spite. That first saber looks good. Yes, the saber that I currently have is very, very good. Holy broke? Yes, I am extremely broke in this game. Extremely. It is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I tend to cope with a lot of equipment. That's the main reason why I'm so broke. Let's see, I could just... Why? There's one thing I don't understand, is that some bronze pieces of equipment that I can extract just don't show up in, like, the extraction list. Unless I just looked this over. But I don't think I did. I could have sworn that I extracted all of the helmets. But, like, they're gone from the extraction list. But then you go back into the sell items. You know what? Here, let's try to look for this, because this bugs me all the fucking time, and I can't tell if it's a bug or what. But it really fucking annoys me. Okay, there it is. Yeah, no, of course it is. And watch, I'm gonna get nothing from it. Or it just wants to prove me wrong, and I get a fucking refinement stone out of it. Okay, whatever. Alright, I don't know why, but I couldn't find that initially. It happens a lot. There are times where it just genuinely just doesn't show up. There are other times where you have to, like, reload the list for whatever reason. At least for me. I don't know if anybody else has that issue. But, yeah, it's obnoxious for me. And I know this manual clicking is a little bit of a pain in the ass, but the way they have their, bulk sell system, I'm not a huge fan of, because there are some pieces of gear. I'm just gonna sell this. I really do not care. Some pieces of gear that I have, I'm actually saving for unification, and they are usually like the lower tier, like this, like steel, and I don't want to sell those just yet. So I just go ahead and I just do this. I know it's gonna bug the shit out of some people, but it happens. You know, whatever. I really don't need anything lower than silver tier in terms of weapons. The only exception to this, to that statement, would be the Demon's Bane Greatswords. And the reason why is because they don't have a silver tier variant, and they do a ton of damage to the Greater Steel Demon. I mean an absolute fuck ton. Even at like plus 15 without composite reinforcement, they do a ton of damage. I can't remember. No, I don't need this steel helmet. Or helmet, what the fuck? The steel shield. Alright. The rest of this shit, I mean, it's kind of whatever. I don't care about the rest of this. Yeah, we'll just sell a couple extra things. Go back to 952. That's fine. Alright. And back to the grind we go. Before I check how much... Okay. We actually have 256 junk we can summon, but I only have 13 Fey Luminary. Okay, I'm a little impatient. We'll reverse 1. 1! We are reversing 1. Let's see what I get. Oh, bro. Yep, okay. Ah, yes. The greatsword I could use for my samurai. Perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. That's what I need, right there. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Wizardry. Huge round of applause for Wizardry. And their amazing thinking. Their amazing thought process. Alright, so Hawkins Cave, and we will be farming floor 3 some more. And I do have a little bit of a checklist right here for the event gear. Let's see, we're gonna go here. I could probably just click on the check mark button and just auto go to the check marks. Sorry guys, I got I had a text message that I was that I was replying to. That's my bad. Sorry guys. At least it's a 4-star. True, it is a 4-star. You're exactly right, Jujubin. Devs did say that we are getting weapon unification improvements this month, so I guess next week. Excuse me. I actually don't know. Holy hell, this copper exam is a pain. Yeah, I completely forgot to make a video on the copper exam. I already had plans on making it, but that also, oh my god, that would also involve me doing like all of the other places. So for the copper exam, first time I succeeded, I literally just blitzed. I just went straight into the middle area and just beat all of the bosses in one fight. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the copper grade exam, literally you would have to go around the map, okay, around the exam map, and beat each individual boss, and then go back, and then you can fight like the 1 or 2 single bosses that are there because you killed off the rest of them. Or you can skip all that nonsense and just go straight in and kill the boss, like do the boss fight, but you're gonna have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like around 7 boss enemies to deal with. And honestly, I feel like just doing the 7 boss fight is a lot easier than going around the map. And the reason why is because going around the map is going to eat up all your resources to actually do it. So if you just say, screw it, throw everything, and I mean like, do not play around with these guys, alright? Just throw literally everything you got, alright? Because the moment you kill all of them, the exam is over. So you're just taking all of the resources you have and you're throwing every little bit of damage you have accessible at these guys. And once they're gone, you have passed the exam and you can rest up and get all your resources back. So it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. So I highly recommend everyone to just do the 7 boss fight. It's going to be a pain in the ass when you first do it. Don't get me wrong. It will not be easy. But like the fight itself won't be easy. But being able to have to do just one fight and succeeding over countless fights just to finally do the final fight is just going to make your life so much... Like, it's going to feel like... In of itself, it's going to feel easier. Like, you're going to go into the fight and you're going to regret it. But once you finally beat the fight, you get that sense of relief that hard fight is the only thing you had to do compared to running around the entire map then to defeat him, and then you're gonna have like no resources and wonder what the fuck. This is such a pain in the ass, you know what I mean? It also alleviates you from having to use so many like SP and MP restoration potions. Like, you don't even have to use those either because you're just pelting all of the bosses with everything you have. in that final, like, big fight, you know? So I just recommend everyone just doing it that way. Just go up into the middle, just fight all the bosses, and then once you're done, you're done. It's gonna be super easy from that point on. And I think I actually succeeded it like that the first time on stream, I believe. I have the worst of luck, especially when doing exams on stream, so I would imagine that most people are going to have better luck actually doing that 7-boss fight than I am, comparatively speaking, on stream. So, if you have the opportunity to, just fucking blitz through it. Just go through it. It's like ripping the band-aid off quickly. It's just, you get one fight done, you're done. Easy. You can try to kill, like, 2, maybe? Yeah, after second mini-boss, I was screwed. They're just gonna... let's see. I'm just gonna farm the event? Yeah, I don't blame you, but... Did you kill the 4 mini-bosses? I didn't kill any of the mini-bosses. I didn't kill any of them. The exam person was like, oh yeah, you can go around the map and kill the bosses and then kill the final boss in the middle. He's like, or you can just go straight in and just kill all the bosses in one fight. And I'm like, dude, I'm not wasting my time on that. I am just going to fight all of the bosses at once. So I just go in. Admittedly, I died a couple times. I'm not even gonna lie. I definitely died a couple times. But, like, once I got that one fight done, and I didn't have to worry about, like, my resources being consumed or anything like that, I'm just like, dude. It felt really hard, but at least it didn't feel tedious, if that makes sense. I said in general, the content they have planned for March. Oh, okay. I think I have that pinned, actually, but maybe I don't. I don't know. I'll have to double check. Here, let me see. Yeah, I think I do have this pinned. Do I not? Could have sworn I did. Maybe it's buried under everything else. Or maybe it's in a different channel? Because I am familiar with this, actually, but... Is it game announcements? It is in the game announcements. Yeah, okay. So I did post it. I just didn't post it in general. I posted it in the game announcements channel. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we got the new legendary adventurer, another style adventurer. So I want to say the new style adventurer was Gerard. The new legendary adventurer as a whole is going to be somebody completely different, I think. New quest, that is going to be interesting. I am familiar with the weapon unification improvements. I don't know how they're going to go about that, but I would definitely be interested to see what they have in mind. Adventurer inheritance and dismissal improvements. That is what I'm interested in the most for. Because the way that the weapon unification improvements, I mean, the way you unify weapons, it is mildly confusing, but once you've done it like once or twice, you kind of understand the whole concept behind it. Like, I don't think it's really anything super important. Unless they do something completely different and they make it so then, like, you can use weapons or you can use, like, different materials to unify the weapon. Like, so, like, for people who have, like, a 3-star refined saber that's unification 2 and they don't have any other copies, you know, you can use materials now instead of relying solely on weapons, you know. And then I'm sure they'll probably make, like, oh, well, the only exception is gacha gear because, you know, God forbid they make gacha gear more free-to-play friendly than it is. It's not free-to-play friendly at all, but you get what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. But I am interested in the inheritance and dismissal improvements because the only reason why you'd ever want to dismiss someone is if you either maxed out an inheritance that you already own, which is extremely highly unlikely, or it's a completely useless character like Eldorado. I know there's already going to be somebody saying, oh, well, you can use Eldorado for the stun resistance against the dwarf dragon. It's not, you, hush, okay? That is like the only situational thing. I don't want to hear it. Eldorado is fucking useless. You can get rid of them. You can get tags for it. And then the inheritance system, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the inheritance system. I mean, you can inherit, like, anything onto the MC. Like, it's just like, and on anybody else, really. As long as it's inheritable, you can move it on to somebody. So I am interested to see how the inheritance system is improved, and same with the dismissal feature. I don't know how they could really improve upon it, other than, like, maybe text change to be a little more coherent for the players, or I don't know, have a lower XP requirement for some inheritance, like some specific inheritance, like something like that. Unless they do those kind of improvements, I don't really see how they can improve that. So it's definitely going to be very interesting for me anyways to see how they perceive an improvement is and how they implement it. New dispatch requests, I think we got those from the Lana and the Gerard dispatch. Who the fuck is Eldorado? Dude, see, exactly, bro. You can use Eldorado for the stun resist. Okay, Somnio. Hush. This is not Monster Hunter Stories 3. No, it's not. I told you we'll see what happens. We are grinding for event stuff. Wait, I didn't see if there was Fae or not. Maybe it wasn't. I just saw 7 Luminaries junk, and it was times 4. I didn't see anything in between that, so I was like, bro! We'll see. I hope this batch unification or something, so you don't have to click every time individual. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Batch unification, I can definitely understand where people are coming from with that, and I can totally see that being plausible. 100% I can see that. Personally, I prefer, like, that would be a fantastic change, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that, but if I had to choose one change, alright, I would prefer both of these changes. You know, like, both the unification, the batch unification, and what I'm about to say. But if I had to choose one, I would prefer the ability to use materials, like a high amount of iron ore from a specific tier, to be used for unification. Something like that. That doesn't have to be exactly how it works. Okay, I'm not going to get into semantics of, oh, well, iron ore is so easy to get, why would you do that? No, I'm not. I'm saying if you can use an item, like a material of some sort, and use that for unification, so things like gacha weapons and event weapons, like the things you get in the Blade and Bastard collab, they're not stuck at whatever unification that you got them at because you just didn't have enough money or you didn't get in the event enough time to farm. You know what I mean? So I think something like that would be really cool. I'm disappointed my... Bro, okay, why aren't you playing the game, though? That's the biggest question. You're bitching and moaning about me not playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. Why aren't you playing Monster Hunter Stories 3? What's up with that, huh? Unless you just want to see, you know, a master geneticist at work. You know, unless that's the case. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do the check marks. The check marks. There's check marks, Jesus. Alright, well, now it's time to go out. Oh, damn, commonplace. I was just about to check what chunk I've gathered so far. Correct, sir. I must see the master at work. Jeez Louise. Is attack percentile, and magic sure good substats for a refined saber? Yes, those are really, really good stats. I mean, personally, if you could, I would change magic to surety as well, so you got double surety on there. But if not, that's perfectly fine. Those are really good substats still. Excuse me, my goodness gracious. I mean, I don't know. Once it hits around like 1 a.m., I might play Monster Hunter Stories 3. I don't know. I wasn't really planning on having this be a super long stream to begin with, since I'm literally just here, like, farming the event dungeon. I'm sure not a lot of people just want to sit around and watch my characters auto-fucking play the whole time. But I figured, you know, it gave me a chance to yap, give some people some second monitor content to fill their ears holes with whatever else they're doing. But yeah, I might, I don't know. I don't think anybody's really interested in seeing Monster Hunter Stories 3. You'd be surprised how many people just want to watch and hear someone farm. Hey, I mean, if that's the case, I am more than willing. It surprises me every time. I am more than willing to fill in that gap. You know, just allow people to hear me yap and ramble and whatever the hell else while my characters go ahead and farm junk piles. Especially since it lets me be able to directly talk to everyone and answer their questions. I love answering questions. I've already ranted about that on stream before, but if anybody has a question, dude, I love being able to answer. As long as it's something that I know, alright? If I don't know it, I'm gonna be like, look, I don't know why you're asking me that, but I don't know. But it's something like about the game specifically, or something about like a game that I play like already, like outside of this, I mean, I'm totally down to answer questions. I love it. And if you have started playing Monster Hunter Stories 3, I doubt anybody else has, but if you have, please do not be afraid to just say anything about it. Like nothing bad, you know. I prefer not to have to read a hate comment about one of my favorite, like, off-stream games. But, like, if you have, like, questions for it, like, what do you think would be a good bingo, or, like, how would you build this character, or this monster, bro, I would love to answer that question. Oh, man. Would you rather summon Gerard, use Gerard, or Gerard? Well, I'd have to go with Gerard, obviously, you know? Why not Gerard? If not Gerard, why Gerard question-shaped? What the hell? Why is everyone in my personal Discord trying to get me off stream? Do they actually just want to watch me play fucking Monster Hunter? Is this real? Oh, let's see what we get. Fey Luminary, please. Ooh. 6 energy. Rip. That is a rip. Very unfortunate. Okay, well, you know what? Since I got a pencil and paper here, and I'm only keeping track of whether I got a full 4-star event equipment or not, and we're not going to figure out until the end of stream, let's make a quick list as to what I got. So, let's see. How about we make a list as to how many purple 4-star equipment I got? I think that would be interesting. So far, I haven't gotten any, unfortunately. But I think it would be interesting to, I think it'd be interesting to keep track and see how, you know, how well this turned out. You know what I mean? So we're gonna make a list. We're gonna keep track of 4-star purple equipment lists. And then this will actually... I did not mean to click on a Banyas. Wow. And I still got it. Let's fucking go. Alright, cool. 1-star purple equipment list. And this will kind of give us a good indicator on how lucky I am to stream, I suppose. So far, we have gotten nothing. And I think I summoned 200? 200 times, if not a little bit more, maybe? Are you going to farm the event like crazy till it's out? Oh, yeah, I'm going to try. Because, again, without, like, I just want the 4-star, man. I want the 4-star augmented Dragon Slayer. If I get a 4-star augmented Dragon Slayer, I will deck it the fuck out, and I will attempt to fight the Dragon Super Boss before the Blade and Bastard collab ends. Ooh, we got the Phase 7 Luminaries 4, yes! Okay, no, but that is my promise. If I am able to get an augmented Dragon Slayer 4-star purple with good rolls, alright? Let's not go crazy now. Okay, it's gotta have good rolls. Doesn't have to be great rolls, but it can't be shitty rolls, alright? But if it has good rolls, it's a purple 4-star, and I get that augmented Dragon Slayer, I will deck it out, and I will attempt the Super Boss. That thing is gonna fucking suck ass, because it has over 200 health. Or wait, no. Wait, that is an over-exaggeration, I think. I'm probably thinking of the other boss. The other dragon boss. But no, I want to say it's got around 100,000 health, right? 100,000, I think. Anyways, there's a reason why it's called a super boss, but I will go after that if I get a good 4-star purple rolled augmented Dragon Slayer, and I will actually stream it either tomorrow, technically today because it's Sunday, right? So either today, technically, or Monday, one of the 2 days. We'll see. That is if I get a 4-star purple with good rolls. And I think I have one lesser full ult stone, so we can always lesser full ult stone it if given the chance. So, we shall see. But that is my promise to everyone, is that I will be doing that, excuse me, if I get a 4-star augmented dragon purple. Oh my god. Okay. Monday stream? Maybe. We'll see. Again, it depends on if I get the 4-star purple augmented Dragon Slayer. If I don't, then I don't think I will. I'll probably, I'll probably settle on a 4-star purple, Jesus. A 4-star blue. I'll probably settle with a 4-star blue. I can't take anything less than a green. I'm sorry. I just can't. That'd be a little too ridiculous. I know it's 4-star, but it's just like, dude, come on. I'm also hoping that I get a Troll King ring as well. Troll King ring. I don't know if they fixed the bug for it yet, though, because last I heard, the Trollkin ring says it increases the damage that Dragon Slayer does to dragons, but I don't think that was properly implemented. Oh my goodness gracious, they're censoring the chest. But yeah, I don't think it was implemented correctly, so I don't think that actually is what happens. They just say it does. So, like, all the damage that you deal to dragons with Dragon Slayer is just all Dragon Slayer, from what I'm aware of. Who's your favorite nameless and general adventurers? My favorite nameless adventurer is Hobo. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Hobo, that is the nameless fighter. And the reason why he is named Hobo is because I called him Hobo on my free-to-play playthrough that I have not finished yet, and Makoto has been really, he has been pissed. He was, wow. He is upset at me for not continuing the free-to-play account, because he really actually enjoyed me struggling with the free-to-play, because it had a Nuzlocke where I wasn't allowed to use any legendary adventurers or their inheritables, so I was stuck with nameless and general adventurers with no legendary inheritable support. So regardless, Hobo kind of came in clutch for a lot of the playthrough, admittedly, and because of that, he's kind of became like a staple, and his unofficial name became Hobo because of that. So yeah, Hobo is definitely one of my favorite nameless fighters. I would say the new Nameless Samurai 2, and the only reason why that is because he looks so similar to Hobo. I just call him Hobo's class change, and I missed a prime opportunity to call my Strength IV one Hobo Sam, because I feel like that would have been really fucking funny. But no, instead I just called him Hobo too. So I have Master Hobo for my main profile now, and that's, you know, in reference to Hobo from the free-to-play. And then, because he's like the Strength IV, you know, like 8 to 9 bonus points in Strength, he's like almost the, like, peak Hoboism. And then we just have normal Hobo, who is the Samurai, and I want to change his name, but I do not want to spend 200 green gems just to change a nameless samurai's name to Hobo Sam. That sounds ridiculous. So I think I might just have to go for another nameless samurai Strength IV, and we'll see how that goes. In terms of general adventurers, I actually have a couple, I'm not gonna lie. Especially because the free-to-play playthrough kind of really opened my eyes to some more of the general adventurers. I do have a couple, like, I like Elise, but not because she is essentially just a party waste of space stat stick for your neutral characters. Not because of that, because most Japanese people do that. But I definitely do that for when I want Shiyu to... I'm going to use her for when I want Shiyu to do one-shot strat on Greater Seal Demon. So that's not the only reason. But I just like... I don't know. I like the way she's designed. Overall, I like the feeling of making weaker characters stronger. And because she's an elf, she's weaker, comparatively speaking, to most other fighters. So I kind of have that affinity to making weak characters strong. I also like Chloe because she's just a really strong general adventurer. Let's see. I really like Flute. Admittedly, I've liked Flute since she got the alternate skin the first time around. And the reason why then, specifically, is because I actually was not familiar at all until they dropped her alternate skin. And once that happened, I'm like, oh, wait, like, this character is, like, a really good, like, non-legendary mage. And at the time, mages were actually good at that point. So like I was like, oh wow, I could use her, and she'd be like a good substitute mage if I don't have a good one. But yeah, I mean, I can go on and ramble more about how I like other general adventurers like Dino, Milana, and like I don't fucking know, there are a couple other ones I can't think of. I know there are more, but I can't think of their names on the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, I there's a lot of general adventurers I like. But in terms of nameless adventurers, it's definitely Hobo and his class change. Definitely. X, time to go back to the free-to-play account. Alex? You're right, I could build an Alex in that account. You're right. You are actually right. I mean, I don't know. I definitely was, I don't know. I was thinking about getting back into it, especially before the event ends, but I didn't get any of the 4-star event equipment, so in my head I'd be like, why would I be focusing on the free-to-play when, like, I still need the 4-star event equipment? And I know saying this, Magoto's gonna go back and he's gonna watch this part and he's gonna be like, no you didn't, don't lie, X. Bro, no, like, I honestly did. I was thinking about, like, taking advantage of this event in the free-to-play account, but, like, I feel like there's just so much more that I have to do on my main account. It'd really be hard for me to justify to myself why I'm playing that when I still have so much more to do on my main account. You know? Preach, Elise is such a lovely design. Helped me a lot in Abyss too. I like Elise. You know, her mechanics, like her skills, like her kit, you know, that's that they definitely could be better. You know, in my opinion, they could definitely be better. But she's not a bad character by any means, in my opinion. Like, a bad character, in my opinion, would be like Aldrich. Because Aldrich's whole thing, like, his entire kit is just opening chests. But it's like, just have one character with some chest opening skills. Like, you don't need to have an entire character dedicated to opening chests. You know what I mean? So, like, it's very hard for me, personally, to, like, point at a character and say, wow, they fucking suck, you know? Because, again, it's really hard to, like, make a shitty character. But, you know, then you go back and you see Aldrich, and even fucking Redbeard, as much as I hate to say it. I said before, I love Redbeard's design. He's an aura farmer, but my god, his kit sucks. The only kit, or the only skill that he has that's good on his kit is his inheritable. So at that point, just move his inheritable onto a good character. Which is why I moved it onto Alice. So, it's just, it's unfortunate. But yeah, it's really hard for me to, like, say that a character is bad unless there's, like, not a lot going for them at the very least. Like, at the absolute least. Like, somebody was gonna hate for me to say it, but, like, Gerard is another example. His base... Gerard, okay, not referring to his alternate, but Gerard's base, it seemed like they wanted to do a Sevilla build with him, but they didn't give him the Sevilla-like kit that he needs. So he has, again, just base Gerard, alright? He has a passive that increases his evasion when he's holding a one-handed sword, specifically with a shield. Like, okay, fine, whatever. That's cool. Evasion tank. And then his discipline increases action speed and evasion. It's like, okay, I understand the evasion, but why the action speed? Because the action speed growth between not focused discipline and focused discipline is very small. I've pointed this out before. And then also is inheritable is a wind type skill, a wind type physical skill on a dark type character. Why? Like, that makes no sense. He can't take the stat, like, so he won't be able to, like, take advantage of the stab because there is no stab. So it's like, so his inheritable's bad, his discipline is mediocre for what he's leaning in towards. The only good thing that he has in his kit for what it seems like he's trying to do is his passive which increases his evasion with one-handed swords, again, specifically. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's genuinely, like, perplexing to, like, look at his kit and then be like, where was the disconnect? Like, and then now, if we're referring to his alternate, it seems like they started to lean into his evasion tanking capabilities a little more with his alternate's inheritable. It's like a shittier Sevilla's counter, which is like, okay, fine, not everyone can have a Sevilla counter, but, you know, I digress. At least it seems like he's going to lean in more towards the evasion tanking. But then I look at the passive, and it's like any one-handed weapon, and he just gets a action speed increase. It's like, why? Like, what the fuck? Like, why the hell did you do that? That makes no sense. So now he doesn't have the evasion increase from the one-handed sword. He just has an action speed increase from holding a one-handed weapon. Like, that's fine. You know, I'm not going to say that's dog shit, but for what it seems like they were originally going for with Gerard, it just doesn't make sense, you know? And then his discipline, I actually am unfamiliar with his discipline. I tried looking at it before, but I couldn't for whatever reason, or when I looked at it, I just don't remember what it was. So let me take a quick gander at it, just to make sure that I'm not going absolutely out of my mind, even though, you know, contrary to popular belief. Legendary Adventures, we want Gerard. Settings, we want to take a look at his discipline. Okay, so his discipline increases defense power and action speed. So, alternate Gerard has a counter inheritable, but no evasion, like passives or focusing at all. And then base Gerard has evasive tanking capabilities with no counter. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And I mean, you could make the argument, oh, well, when you merge them, you know, you can use base Gerard and have, you know, alternate Gerard's inheritable on him, so then he's more of an evasive tank. Yeah, sure, you know what, you're right. You got a point there. That's fair. Excuse me, but, oh, I forgot, attack power is also increased on base Gerard's passive. It's not just evasion, it's his attack power too. Regardless. I'm mainly focused on the evasive tanking, because that's what it seems like they were leaning towards, because we got evasion on the discipline, we got the evasion on the passive, and then we got nothing on the inheritable. So it's like, okay, you know, and I know this is definitely just devolved into, like, yapping about Gerard, but it's just, again, it perplexes me how they built the character and then looked at the sheet and was like, this makes sense, ship it. It's like, what the fuck was the plan? And then the fucking alternate, like, they could have easily, like, fixed some shit up. Like, you know, maybe not, like, full evasion tank, but at least, like, you know... God, I mean, I don't even know. I think the discipline for the alternate was definitely a fumble. Because, like, defense and action speed, we already just went over that action speed, like, focused on action speed, it has very, very small differences to the non-focused action speed. So, essentially, he's mainly only getting a focus in defense. I don't know, man. I mean, you could argue that the focus on defense isn't bad because his counter calculates damage via his attack power and his defense, but it's like, I don't know. I don't even think that's good enough to really justify it. It really just seems like they fumbled the character again, which sucks. You know, it really does suck because the character looks cool. Gerard's base, I'm not a huge fan of, but his alternate does look dripped the fuck out. And I've said this before. in my Discord, I was like, dude, his drip looks fucking good. Like, his fucking outfit for his alternate looks fucking great. Or a farmer, okay? The only gripe I have when it comes to his looks is that his hair looks like somebody just photoshopped a wet mop on his head and just left it like that. I don't know why. That's like the only complaint that I have in terms of alternate Gerard's look. Which also sucks because I think that if they really just like pushed a little more into the evasion tanking scene, we would have a contender with Sevilla, so we'd have like the free-to-play Sevilla and then the not-so-free-to-play Gerard, you know? So you'd have like more than like one option for evasive tanking. And I mean, I guess you could argue, oh well, Deborah alternate's already evasive tank. She's double downing on evasion or triple downing, whatever, you know. And you're not wrong, but it's like Gerard already has that potential, and they fumbled it the first time around, all right, and then they just squandered it the second time. It's like the guy can't take a break. It's sad. It really is fucking sad. Sleep with one eye open, yo. Base equals action speed plus evasion, alt defense, action speed. You don't need to evade for his counter to activate. You don't need to... Okay, so... Sevilla's, you do need... I see what you're going with, Somnio, because with Sevilla's, you do need to evade for the counter to activate. I do totally understand where you're coming from. But to that argument, I would just say Raging King. If you're planning on getting hit, and you're not planning on evading attacks, why not just have Raging King on a character, and then, you know, just build up stacks that way, and then just use Raging King, excuse me. Because as much as I don't entirely like the argument of Raging King, I can understand where the hype comes from with the move. And it's also not the fact that you need to dodge or you don't. It's the fact that if you can use a reliable evasive tank, so you completely negate all damage and counterattack right afterwards, why would you not want that? That's kind of the thing. It has nothing to do whether you need to dodge to activate it. It's the fact that why would you want to take damage when you don't have to and the counter still activates? Like, that's the thing. They do base kits, the more off-lore, to be fair, leaning into Nike skills passives goes with that, at least for him specifically. Attack, surety, discipline is obviously always going to be best, though. I wouldn't necessarily say that's the best. I would say SP and surety focus are the best, in my opinion. Because SP is just an increase in resources for you to be able to, like, utilize more skills and shit, you know? That's how personally, that's what I think is the best. I know that there are some other people, like, I know Shiro has said that he prefers, like, status tolerances. I personally don't. I don't think they're super crazy, but he said, you know, in his head, he's like, oh, they're worth more, but personally, I don't really care enough about it. I would prefer more resources and more sure chance. That's just me, though. I feel Somnio foaming at the mouth. The alt discipline isn't horrible, the action speed is very blech, but he turns defense power into damage, so it works out unironically, and his personal skill gives plus 20 action speed, which is low-key insane. I mean, I guess, but it's like, so, the action speed is cool, but at the same time, you can make that up with other crazy pieces of gear, like hunting boots. Like, you don't need to focus on action speed on anything else, really. Who's your favorite alts adventurers? So far, because I'm sure that this may change later on, so far, my favorite alternates are Wana. It's always been Wana since day one. And I would probably say Chloe. Chloe mainly for the skills. Because if it wasn't for the skills, I would probably say Alt Flute. But Alt Flute also doesn't have super crazy skills. Like, the alternates, The only alternate that has super insane improvements, in my opinion, is Chloe. Wana's improvements are like minor buffs to all of the skills she already has, if that makes sense. Like, her passive that... Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can... Let me take a quick look. Alright. Wow, there is an enemy right there. Holy. Okay. Don't look at my one is chopped strength, because it's bad. Let's see real quick. Let's see. I think it's Valiant Righteousness. Okay, so yeah, so it's literally the same fucking skill, but it also own action speed increased based on number of one-handed swords and light armor equipped to self. And I want to say this only affects the one hand for the one-handed swords, obviously. And I think it's only affects via the chest plate, I think. So if you have a light chest plate, she gets a speed boost as well. I don't think it's a huge boost, but it's definitely there, which helps a lot. Not an insane amount. I know I was just saying that, you know, you could always make it up with the right gear, which you totally can. But the fact that it's there as an add-on compared to the actual normal Lana, that's nice. You know, it's literally just a bonus. And then her inheritable. So this is the exact same inheritable as normal Lana, except this also increases the HP. So Lana is defense, critical tolerance, and confusion/charm tolerance, while Lana is the exact same thing, but it also has HP as a focus. So literally, it's like the same kit, she just has minor increases. So, it's nice. I also don't remember where the fuck I was going with that. I was too focused explaining what she did. But anyways, yeah, she's nice. I like her. She's one of my faves. And then I would say Chloe for the skills. Racist King. Instead of Raging King, yeah. He does use Raging King very well. His counter lasts 3 turns at base, and at level 3 with Alice, it's 5 turns, so you can all cover and stack it up really well. That is good. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you can, you know, find a strat for him. But it just seems like that he is... It seems like he's just a worse Sevilla. And that's not me, like, trying to shit on the guy. It just seems like Gerard was the pseudo build for Sevilla, and then Sevilla came out, and she was like a really, really good evasive tank, despite her having a... despite the Knight class having the poorest evasion and action speed growth out of all of the other classes. And so they're just like, okay, well, we'll just do whatever for Gerard. Like, it feels like they didn't really think about what they wanted to do with them. They were just like, oh yeah, take what he can already do some minor adjustments in terms of how it works, and then just ship him. And then give him the best looking fucking outfit out of everyone on the goddamn game. Dude, drip him the fuck out. Burke, I'd argue her as well over her base one. That's fair. In terms of skills, Alt Burke is definitely a lot better than her normal state, because I don't know why they did it the way they did, but Alt Burke is focused around magic attack, and if you even check the skills, she has like the Restless Mage Burke, or something, like, I don't remember the name of it, but essentially what it does is you resurrect Birkenan from, you know, if she dies in battle, or battle, excuse me, oh my god, and then she gets a action speed and a magic buff, which, for those of you who aren't aware, is a little confusing because Birkenan is primarily a physical attacking unit, despite her being labeled as a mage. So she gets a magic attack buff when her main weapon of choice is a greatsword or a one-handed sword. Okay. And then her discipline, well, her discipline as a whole is just good. Like, I think the main thing is, like, she's focused around magic, when the developers kind of already, like, they, like, tried... it's really hard for me to really explain unless I like have the character in front of me right now. But it seems like the inheritable and the passive was made for mages, but the discipline and how the character actually worked was made for fighters. So her alternate, Burke's alternate, it doubles down on the fighter aspect of her. So the passive that I was talking about that increases magic attack and action speed and shit, that actually increases physical attack now and action speed. And then her inheritable, instead of a fire type spell, it is a physical type full power strike. It's like her own specific full power strike that anyone can use, you know? So they definitely double down on her alternate, and because of that, her discipline, so as the mage, you know, whatever, her original, her base, it was defense, magic defense, attack power, and I think HP, I think was the fourth one. And then her alternate was attack power, surety, defense, and HP, I think. I think that's what it was. I know surety was in there, which was kind of nutty. But yeah, overall, I think that her alternate is definitely a lot better than her base, because it just doubles down on her physical attack effectiveness, just making her just a better version, essentially, of what she originally was. Never seen your minute. It's not good. If you want to peek, I have a stream where I showed it. Somnio's Somnio's account. Yeah, he we actually went over Somnio's account in the account reviews. I don't think Somnio's account was really that bad. I think he has some builds that if he worked on them, they'd go kind of fucking crazy. But overall, he does not have a bad account at all. Nobody is happy with their account in this game, to be real. There is always more. That's fair. Although, I will admit, if my Lana and my Abanyas were Strength IV, I would actually like the state of my account. As chopped as the equipment is, at least then I could say big number strength go Oonga Boonga on Lana and Abanyas. Like, if I were able to make them Strength IV, I would actually like my account, unironically. No, like, your account might be better than mine if you're A4. I'm only at the Wolf Boss first time around in Abyss 4. I haven't even gotten the Great... Yeah, what? Yeah, you haven't gotten to the Greater Warped one yet. What is going on, Somnio? It seems like you're slacking, pal. What's going on there? Holy moly, it is already 12:46. I did not realize I was yapping for so long. Oh my. I'm not even in Abyss 4. That's true, CC is not. Actually, what is your favorite Abyss plot? It'd probably be Abyss 1, honestly. It's just everything is so neatly, like, tied together in Abyss 1. It's really hard for me to choose a different Abyss other than 1. Now, if you were to ask me my second favorite Abyss plot so far, because I haven't finished Abyss 4 completely, it's going to have to be Abyss 2. Now, when I finish Abyss 4, that opinion may change. And the reason why is because I heard that Abyss 4 has a really, really good plot and plot twist once you get to, like, the third or fourth time you beat it. And I haven't gotten there yet. So, I kind of have my assumptions already as to what it's going to be like and what I'm in store for. I kind of already have a lot of, like, opinions as to what it might be. I just haven't gotten the chance to get the perfect ending yet. But once I do, I have a feeling that that may change, and it will end up being Abyss 1, Abyss 4, Abyss 2, and Abyss 3. I really, really just do not like Abyss 3's story. I feel like they focused more on the inescapable sentries than they did anything else. Because it feels like Abyss 3 is more of, like, checking, like, what you need to do on a chore list over anything else. And I understand that to some people, they'd probably say, what are you talking about? Abyss 2 is like that. And I would like to rebuttal and say, well, that is only when you get to the arena portion. For the entire rest of Abyss 2, it's just uncovering the mysteries of the merfolk, it's going around making sure that you're doing the puzzles correctly, and just exploring the dungeons, absorbing the atmosphere. The atmosphere is really, really good. I like the atmosphere of Abyss 2. But Abyss 3, it's literally just go through a fucking floor puzzle, where if you guess poorly, you fall through the fucking floor. And then you have to go back around, get back up, and then it's countless tedium after tedium with a chore list of what you need to do near the end of it. Which, again, you could probably, relate to Abyss 2 with, oh, well, near the end of it, it's a chore list. Yeah, okay, I can kind of understand that. But I feel like Abyss 2 gets kind of carried in the ambiance of it and the other, like, mysteries and stuff from it. In Abyss 3, I don't really get that feeling. Because you are exploring... It's like the back rooms in the sense where you are exploring countless hallways of yellow walls. And then you have to deal with undead again, which is fine because of the expulsion weapons. But there's no real way to farm expulsion weapons. And then the undead become completely fucking irrelevant after floor 3. So, like, because then it just shifts to demons around, like, floor 7, I think. Like, after you beat the doll boss, it goes to the demons. And then, so, like, in between, like, floors 4 and... or in between floors 3 and 7, it's like just a bunch of magic beast units. So, like, then you have, like, what the fuck does this Abyss want to be? Because, like, in Abyss 1, it was just all, like, goblins and all that other shit, like, just, like, demi-humans. And then near the end of it, it was all undead. Which is, you know what? Fine. Because then, Helmut shows up and he's, like, kind of controlling the all the people that died already at that point, and he's, like, controlling them, and they're like, oh my god, what the fuck, it's like it goes into theme with all of the other, like, undead skeletons and shit. There's, like, a theme to it. With the Abyss 2, there's a constant theme of merfolk, magic beast. And then, I think there might have been goblins. I don't think there were goblins actually at all in there. Was there? Because I know there was the merfolk, and then the warped ones were also underwater themed. Like, everything was just, like, themed appropriately in that Abyss. And then Abyss 3 was just like, oh yeah, we're going to throw in this enemy type, then this enemy type, then this enemy type. We're going to make expulsion weapons irrelevant after floor 3. We're going to have magic beasts, and have them be, like, the main focal point in between, or, like, in the middle of Abyss 3, and then Abyss 4, then we're going to focus on demons. Alright, it's going to be crazy. And then it's going to be countless going through yellow walls, nothing more, it's just yellow walls with some jail cells in it. They're gonna love it. All right, they're gonna love it. All right, let me tell you. The kids these days are like the back room, so you know what? They're gonna fucking love this Abyss. All right, and then you have to dodge extremely difficult boss-like enemies that will track your fucking ass down to at least another portion of the fucking map, and you can't escape them. Because fuck you. We want to make it slightly harder, and it's the only way we can think about making it harder. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of Abyss 3. And I will admit that the majority of my disdain for Abyss 3 are the sentries. I'm fine with having difficult units, but it's just like near the end of the Abyss, they planted so many, like it didn't even feel like strategic at that point to like avoid them and shit. It was just run for your fucking life. If you have one moment of hesitation from running for your life, you are fucked. Like that's what it felt like. And it's like, dude, what is the point of like implementing these if you're not going to strategically put them in places to where the player has to like avoid them? Like what's the point in putting them in if the player can't do that? And it's just like, unless you just want it to be difficult for the sake of it being difficult, you know? And like I can keep going on and on about Abyss 3, but it's just like, dude, like cuz I genuinely don't hate it. It's not like I fucking despise Abyss 3, you know? It's not like I want it like scrubbed from the game, you know? It's just I feel like there's like some mechanics that they could have done better, and they just haven't taken the time to kind of adjust it. And I can kind of see why they don't need to, you know, because all of the hardcore players, you know, the ones that spend money and the ones that are like really into the fucking game are most likely already past Abyss 3. But if they were to adjust it to not even like the ambience of it, but just at least the sentries, you know, like where they're placed, how they function, you know, if they adjust it to where it's more, what's the word that I'm looking for? More tolerable, I guess, for the player, you know? I feel like it would make the experience overall a lot better, and it would probably make newer players that are going through Abyss 3 now have an easier time or just a better time going through and like being able to just complete the Abyss, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. That's my little rant of Abyss 3 that I know nobody really asked for, but I really need to throw in my 2 cents. Let's see. I'm just lazing about till I changed the view back to night. That's fair. As the whole time I felt bad about being stuck in true ending for a bit. Yeah, don't feel bad. It's don't even worry about it. Every good plot twist won't spoil a very good plot twist, excuse me. So I was struggling, but when my MC got that final hit, the joy I felt. Abyss 1 is masterfully crafted, not gonna lie. It's a good introduction to the game. Other Abysses are a bit lacking compared to Abyss 1. That is a fair take, and I do agree with that. It is lacking in like most of them are lacking in comparison to Abyss 1, but I really don't mind it. Because like Abyss 2 I think is like good enough to where if you were like paying attention to the story, I don't know, I feel like Abyss 2 was not as well done as Abyss 1, but I definitely feel like it's definitely higher up there, in my opinion. Personally, for me, Abyss 1 gave me that feeling of spookiness the most. Ship/arena aspect. The Abyss 2 killed that feeling for me, though. I still enjoyed it. That's fair. That's also fair. Yeah, because Abyss 2, it's more of like, I feel like they tried to make it more of a race against time, if that makes sense. Like, to a degree. Because, like, everyone's starting to forget about you. Like, like the entire area, like, of that map was starting to be, like, completely erased and absorbed into the Abyss. And that was, like, the main thing that was going on. So, like, essentially what it was is you were introduced to Abyss 2 by taking one of the 3 factions' requests, and then you find out that the bigger picture is the area that you were meant to, like, scout for this character for, like, for this guy, it's being submerged and absorbed into the Abyss, and you need to find some way to fucking stop it, as well as finding this guy. Like, that was kind of, like it's kind of the whole, like, picture of it. And I felt like they didn't really articulate it very well. And the reason being is because, as much as I hate to fucking say it, they don't have very many people like Lulu. Like, Lulu, she's fucking useless. I'm not gonna lie, guys. She, like, we are a lobotomite, and she is, like, maneuvering us like a fucking husk, I'm telling you. But I feel like if Lulu, established more of some kind of urgency in what she was talking about in the race against time to prevent the Abyss 2 from being, absorbed into the Abyss, and then the mystery of the merfolk and what was happening in the area as being, like, the key to preventing it from being completely absorbed, and it was all introduced because of the request you took from the faction, because that's essentially what was going on. But if they made it more clearer to the player, I feel like Abyss 2 would be more well received. Like, that's how I feel. Because after, like, knowing and understanding everything, I feel like the Abyss 2 was very well done, and I think it gets more hate than it deserves. But I also think that that's mainly because they just didn't articulate the actual premise of Abyss 2. Because you take the faction request, and you're like, oh, find this guy. You're like, oh, okay, sure, I'll find this guy. You go in, Abyss 2, you're going around, and you're, like, fucking beating up fucking merfolk and shit and whatever else, and then you're starting to fuck around with these puzzles, and you're trying not to fucking drown and shit, and you're like, what the hell's going on? And then Milana, or whatever the fuck her name was, I forgot, it's Malgina or something fucking similar to Milana in the way it's spelled, I don't fucking care. But that bitch, she's like, oh, I'll cast a spell on you so you don't fucking drown when you're in water, and you're like, oh, cool, what do I have to do? Fetch me a sandwich. It's like, you motherfucker. Okay. And then you're just fetching her sandwich, you go back, and, like, already at this point, you're just, like, completely forgot that you are trying to find this fucking guy that you took the request for. And then by the time, oh my god, stop censoring the chest, please. It's fucking distracting. So you get her the fucking mackerel sandwich, you go through, you can't fucking die in water anymore, which is fucking great. Huge quality of life upgrade. But now you're still going through the fucking puzzles, you're trying to make sure that you're not getting fucking whooshed away to other parts of the fucking map because of the fountains. And you're like, dude, where the fuck is this guy? What do I have to fucking do? And then you're, like, slowly getting, like, clues. Oh, there's an arena. And you're like, okay, well, what the fuck is up with this arena? So now you're, like, your whole focal point is shifting to, like, this fucking arena. And, like, what the fuck, people are doing in the fucking arena and how the arena works and shit. So you're completely, at this point, you've completely forgotten about fucking Aegon or whatever the wizard's name is, depending on your choice of faction. And then on top of that, now you also have this amnesia that's going around everyone outside of the area that was mildly introduced to you if you didn't feel like blitzing through the fucking Abyss 2. So you're like, oh, well, people are ignoring me, and they're forgetting about me, excuse me, I don't know what's going on. So now we're, like, super focused in the arena. Now we're curious as to why people are forgetting about us. And now we're also, we also have those side quests, like, the Admiral. Oh, fetch me a kid in the slums and make sure they look like they have potential. I trust you. Or the fucking Pontiff. It's like, oh, do this for me, I forgot, I don't even remember what the fuck the Pontiff side story was. Do this for me and, it'll help a lot, or whatever the fuck. So you're, like, getting, like, fucking sidetracked from all these other plot points that are necessary to the story, but you can still ignore them if you just blitz through Abyss 2. So, like, there's all this fucking shit coming at you, and that's kind of where, like, the disconnect of the actual story from, like, what is going on kind of happens, because they're just throwing so much shit at you. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? I just want to fucking pay attention to the story, because I actually like the fucking story. But because they're throwing so much shit at you, you can't pay attention to the fucking story, because there's too much story in other parts of the fucking game that you can't actually just focus on one part of the fucking story. So you're like, what the fuck is happening? And I feel like that kind of overwhelming and confusing kind of gameplay is what disconnects people from really enjoying Abyss 2's storytelling, and, like, why it's so, like, unique in my opinion. So that's why I feel like if they were to just adjust how they tackled the storytelling on top of how things are introduced to the player, I feel like that would make the Abyss 2 experience a lot more enjoyable, and it'd probably give a lot less hate to the Abyss as well. Because, again, it could just be like, it's super fucking confusing. There's so much shit going on. They establish one thing, and then they establish another thing, and like they drive it home that's so important that you completely forget about the original reason why you're doing this. And then the reason that they drilled into you for being here is completely whisked away when you're like, oh, well, actually, the merfolk aren't entirely evil, or at least some of them aren't. You know, they want to save this mermaid. And then it's like, what the fuck? And that's just the main story. That's not what I was talking about with, like, the fucking Pontiff and the Admiral storylines and shit. Like, those are all other things that are outside of Abyss 2. So you're just like, what the fuck? You know? And I truly think that is the reason why more people don't like Abyss 2 than there should be. Like, I feel like it's more hated because the way they presented the story and the game, the gameplay and everything. I feel like they represented it very poorly, and because of that, it gets more hate than it deserves, in my opinion. First time through, you fail to save the guy in time. Yeah, race against time. What about the Scarecrow's brain? But yeah, no, like, the race against time. Yeah, I mean, like, that if anything, that should solidify that kind of reasoning even more. Because, like, oh, well, now you need to make sure you go in time to make sure that whoever the fuck you're saving doesn't get fucking blown up. And in order to prevent that, instead of just, like, I don't know, bullying the guy to steal his gunpowder, you have to trade with him? Like, are we serious right now? Why don't we just fucking jump him, steal his shit, let him go fucking fight Aegon, or again, whoever the fuck it is, based off your, based off the faction you chose, and then just have Aegon beat his ass like he did normally. Like, why do we have to go do a fucking fetch quest for him? Fuck this guy. I don't know him. Fuck him. He's killing the guy I'm trying to save. Dickhead. I don't care about him. Fuck. Bonnie and Clyde were where we all realized that Lulu was an evil piece of shit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really pay attention to Lulu when it came to Clyde and Bonnie. Or at least when I did, I just completely forgot about it, because I know Clyde and Bonnie is just like a side... They're a side piece to the main story, so I didn't really pay too much attention to them, admittedly. Or at least to Lulu's fucking things, because at that point, when I was doing a lot of the Clyde and Bonnie shit, I was just trying to get the fucking lantern. So I was just like, dude, I just need to get this done. I just need this fucking lantern, okay? Just get this shit done. So I can't say for a fact, like, that I agree with you, because I genuinely just don't fucking know. But yeah, it's just, it's a lot to consume for sure, regardless, if it's the first or second time. Yeah, I know. Like, I was fucking actually, like, going through the alternate faction requests, to try to do the Pickerel's request, the Monster Bird Soup one or whatever. And, like, as I'm going through all these, I'm like, dude, like, if I didn't play through this before, I would have been so fucking confused. And admittedly, I needed to check the fucking community guide a couple times to make sure that I was actually in the right spot, like, I was going where I needed to go. It's like, dude, there is so much shit here, and I'm glad that they're adding in content. Like, I'm not bitching and moaning that there's a lot of content. I'm complaining at how they presented all of the content, if that makes sense. Like, I love having more content. That's more game to play, that's more fun to be had in this game, but the way they present it is very, very poor, in my opinion, and again, that's what kind of leads people into not liking Abyss 2, whether they themselves know it or not. I really think it's just the way they presented everything, and how they, like, how the pacing of it is. I really genuinely think that's the case. Rilka's trading part made me... I mean, sure, I guess. Why am I helping you? Yeah, yes! Yes! Like, why not just fucking this is obviously an evil choice. I know for a fact. On my first playthrough, I definitely would not have done it. But on my second playthrough, when I'm trying to go through all the fucking, like quests and shit, like, I'm trying to go through, like, each individual faction storyline, let me fucking kill him. Oh my god. Just let me kill him and let Aegon win by forfeit. Like, and then Aegon's saved, and I don't have to go through this stupid fucking rigmarole to trade him his fucking gunpowder. Just kill him. He's right there. Slash open his jugular, let him bleed out, watch Aegon win through forfeit, and then talk to Aegon and be like, look, dude, don't go in anymore. I'm here to save you. Let me finish the rest, or else you're gonna die again by some other stupid means. Alright? Like, I don't understand where the fucking disconnect there is, because we are essentially in the fucking abyss. Like, there are no rules outside of this area anymore. Like, we can kill him with no repercussions. Just kill him, prevent Aegon from dying, boom, we're done. Like, I don't get it. It makes no fucking sense. TLDR, she gaslit you into fighting them till you eventually encouraged them to leave the town. By that time, you killed the couple 3 times already. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. And all 3 times was Lulu's fault? I mean, that's fair. There was a time in Abyss 1 where Lulu encouraged you to fucking have Elmon look at, like, the dead soldiers that were being moved by the slime. Again, this was in Abyss 1. And then she just fucking dies because she gets ambushed. And then you tell Lulu, like, hey, I had to reset because what you told me didn't work. And then she said, oh, well, how is that my fault? You're the one who did it. And it's like, bitch, you fucking told me to do it. Like, what do you mean? It was your fault. You told me to do it. My character is a fucking lobotomite, and he won't do something unless you tell him to. So yes, it's your fucking fault. Like, god damn it. If not for the wiki, I'd be cooked. Bro, there is a reason why I have always supported the wiki. Always. Because if there was a part of the game that I could not... Because this was my thinking when I first started making videos. Because I had no idea about the wiki when I first started making videos. Because honestly, I don't know if the wiki was actually made when I first started making the videos. I actually have no idea. I don't think it was. But regardless, when I stumbled across it, I just started supporting it. Because I was like, dude, this is going to be a fantastic source of information for if I don't have the time to make a video on something, or if it's too small of a detail to make a video on, fucking boom, community guide. Got you. I've always supported the community guide for that very fucking reason, because it is a reliable source of information for people to take from without relying on content creators like me and Somnio, where you can just fucking, like, quick look up, you know, and just read real quick, like, you need to do this, and you're just like, oh, well, fuck, you know, that makes it easier, because I was doing that instead, you know what I mean? So, I feel like the community guide has always been helpful, always a good source of information. I have always supported it, and will always support it from the foreseeable future. Like, there is no reason why I wouldn't. The community guide is great. Lulu is kind of psychotic, not gonna lie. I love Lulu. We have varying opinions for it. We have expulsion weapons. Would be so easy to take her out. That's true. Give Lulu some slack. I'm sorry. Okay, when I first started playing the game, I did like Lulu. I thought it was cool to have a ghost guide follow you around with its in-universe explanation of your character has some kind of mysterious aura of being belonging to the Abyss, so she can stay with you, and she can help you guide along. Like, you know, if you can't figure something out, she'd be like, hey, maybe if you do this could give you a different, like, thing. Like, it'll react differently, and it might actually work, you know? And that's why I really like Lulu, because she was like a guide, like, with her own personality. It wasn't like Navi in Legend of Zelda, where she's just like, hey, listen! And it just fucking blasts you with, like, verbal, like, diarrhea on the page, you know? She would actually tell you with a little bit of, like, characteristics. She was like, oh, you know, you could do this, you know? And then her snarky... I actually like some of her snarky comments towards other people. I think they're pretty funny. But for the most part, she is an annoying, useless fucking bitch. Like, oh my god. Like, I genuinely have given her the benefit of the doubt when I first started playing, and now, like, playing all the way through with, like, almost getting to the true ending of Abyss 4, bro, she fucking sucks, bro. I highly dislike her. Like, oh my god. And, like, look, maybe later on down the line in the game story, something will happen and her as a character will change and she'll become more likable. Maybe. Okay? Maybe that happens. But as of right now, I do not like her. Genuinely, I do not. Our MC can't help it, to be fair. Are you saying that our MC has no free will? Because I was actually hypothesizing on that, because our MC acts like such a fucking lobotomite, alright? I feel like the wizard or whoever the fuck that put the curse on us fucking put the curse on us for Lulu. Like, why else would Lulu not be able to travel outside the abyss unless she's with us? How come we act like a stupid fucking buffoon with not a thought in their head until Lulu is like, oh, well, you know, you could do this. And then your MC's just like, bro, you're so right. Why didn't I think of that? And then, of course, it's the worst fucking decision ever. And then, you know, after doing, like, a stupid fucking decision from Lulu, your fucking MC finally, like, some neurons, like, fire off, and your MC's like, oh, I could have done this instead. Oh, my God. When a normal person would just look at it and be like, why didn't you just do that from the beginning? Where was what the fuck happened? You know? So it's just, it feels like whoever put the curse on us essentially made us a puppet for Lulu without her having to actually inhabit us, if that makes sense. Like, she doesn't have to possess us. So then our final goal would be to get Lulu her body back and have that be the plot twist, and then have killing the greater warped ones be the not the main purpose for us being resurrected or having the curse wheel. I feel like they're gonna play that plot twist where it's like, yeah, you did a good job killing the greater warped ones, but that wasn't the reason why you got the cursed wheel. The reason why you got the cursed wheel was to resurrect Lulu. Like, I feel like again, this is just me theory crafting here. I feel like that might be the twist or the angle they'll go off of near, like, the story's end. So, like, especially with, like, everything that has happened so far and the way we act until Lulu gives her fucking 2 cents into something, it genuinely, like, feels like to me that our main focal point, our main focus, like, our main reason of existing currently in the state that we're in is to help Lulu get her body back. And that's why we got the right of I was going to say the right of channeling, Jesus. The right hand of reversal, because if you've seen, like, if you, like, processed, we can resurrect people with it, okay? We can turn them back to before they died. So we have the right hand of the reversal to bring Lulu's body back. We have the cursed wheel, so if anything bad happens to us, we can just reset, do something differently, and then continue moving on. And then, like, we can't really, like, choose an option of our own unless Lulu gives us her 2 cents on it, or we have already experienced what her advice does, and we can alter that differently to still use her advice, but have it changed slightly so that it actually works. Like, there's a lot of points on this fucking graph, and it seems to be making a fucking line here for me. So, that's kind of my theory on it. But, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it, because I really don't like how the MC and Lulu's interactions are, but I don't know. If she's already useless, dead, can't say she'd be much help alive. True. She'd probably be, like, a permanent guest party member. Yeah, right? Nah, Lulu and MC mush Must be. I think he meant must be lovers. Yeah, must be lovers before. Oh, like before she died? Maybe. It was a little weird that after realizing Ent Warped One was originally a little girl, and Lulu was very nonchalant about it for the Mint quest, or her lack of empathy for some NPC deaths. That is true. Well, she just doesn't seem like a very empathetic person, which is also unfortunate because I don't want to say I like empathetic characters, because I feel like a little too much empathy makes the character obnoxious. But you definitely need just enough to where you can... I don't know. It's a little difficult for me to explain personally, because, again, it is mainly a personal preference of mine that they would have some kind of empathy, but it doesn't need to be fucking gushing out, because I feel like if the empathy gushed out of a character, they would be super annoying, emotional wastes of space, as harshly as that is to put it. Because, again, if the character is too emotional, they're too empathetic, they will not be a very interesting character, to say at the very least, okay? So, like, a little bit of empathy shown would be nice, but Lulu doesn't seem to show any, and that's the thing. She has no empathy. So it's like, what the fuck, you know? I'm very certain that we are going to have something special with our left hand, otherwise why would they call it the right hand of reversal? That's a fair assumption to make. I can definitely see where your thought process on that. Although, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could make the argument, why would they specify right hand when you could just say the hand of reversal? Yeah, I can't really, speak too much on that. Because you are kind of cooking, I'm not gonna lie. You are cooking up something there. But I don't know. It would be very hard to see it be something super crazy like the right hand, but maybe it is. I don't know, I'm not sure. You need just enough empathy to not look like a psychopath. Exactly. Excuse me. And I don't know. I mean, like, maybe... Because it seems like Lulu is a little more empathetic in her, like, the cutscenes she's in. Like, I don't remember necessarily where the scene was. I think it was, after beating, Godfrey. But after... I want to say after beating Godfrey, yeah. But after beating him, there is a cutscene of Lulu and you, kind of, like, saving yourselves off against, like, a zombie, like, a zombie horde or whatever the fuck. And she appears to be more empathetic when she was alive in that scene than she has ever been when she's dead. So I'm wondering if something happened in between her dying and how she appears now, where maybe she just lacks emotions, you know? And that's why she can only really see things in a more selfish viewpoint, you know what I mean? And that's also why she doesn't show off very much emotion, like, at all. That's kind of my assumption with it. Whether I'm overthinking it or not is, you know, totally up in the air. Maybe I am overthinking it, but I think it would also be slightly interesting if that really was the case. If, like, her empathy or, like, all of her, like, actual, like, human emotions went away with her body. So, like, all of her... Like, she has almost no emotions now. And I know there's kind of, like... There could be some counterpoints, like her snickering... narcissism... Or not narcissism, excuse me. Sarcasm and stuff. Like, her being, like, facetious and her facetious comments and stuff. But I feel like if it really was the case of her being, like, having no real emotions, it could just be, like, how she normally acted before she died. You know what I mean? Like, maybe before she died, she just always acted that way. So her ghost is kind of just doing that as, like, a subconscious thing? If that makes sense? I feel like there could be like some kind of argument like that, but I don't know. That's kind of my thought process on it. I'm not like married to that idea, but I did have that thought kind of cross my mind as something that could be interesting if that was the case. I don't know. I can't blame her. I'd be salty too if I had to babysit someone and find my own dead body. I mean, that's true. That is true. I don't know. I would then retort with my mom's favorite saying of, yeah, oh, well, I guess it was, wow. How the fuck am I going to say that and I forget it? Because there was like 2 iterations of it. One of them was, and now I forgot it. I don't know. It went along the lines of, like, you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Kill them with kindness kind of thing. So I feel like if they were nicer to the MC, I would be a lot less shitty towards her. But that also doesn't excuse her actions or her like advice, her bad advice and bad opinions and shit. So I don't know. Second Abyss, where she saves you as long as you live. She says, was it not? Where she saves you? What? Because she kept telling you to check every fucking path to get the fuck out, and then when you couldn't find a path to get out, because I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is what you're talking about is when you get stuck in that pool of water and you're suffocating, and you're trying to find a way out, and all she tells you is look for a way out, and it's like, no, really? I wish I thought of that. So then you like go around, and I'm not gonna lie. 2 of the 3 areas that you go to was very fucking stupid. Like, so, okay, let's say the room is like here, okay? You need to go to a room that, so there's the door this direction, there's a fucking dead end this direction, behind you is where you came from, and she says, check all fucking 3, and so you have to check the dead end, which you can clearly see is a dead end, the door that was locked, and then she makes you go backwards to try to fight the fucking current that you tried fighting beforehand, and then she's like, and then you have to check the fucking fountain, okay, which we already established you can fucking stop. You can stop before, okay? And then it's like, oh, well, maybe you can use the hand to stop it. It's like, no, bitch, really? So then you can stop it. If anything, she was probably the one fucking stopping your lobotomite ass from doing what everyone probably already thought about doing. So no, I'm sorry. You can probably claim that she tried saving you then, but I would argue that she probably fucking hindered you more than fucking saving you. Fuck that bitch. Which do you think is more likely, the left hand of rejection, the left hand of progressions, or the left hand of stranger? Okay, I would probably say progression, like, in all seriousness, because we have the right hand of reversal, okay? So maybe we'll have it so then the right hand reverses time, and then the left hand will accelerate time. I feel like that would make more sense. And then, at that point in time, they would also be able to do more shit with puzzles, so it's like, oh, you have to use your right hand of reversal then, and then you know, like, maybe there's, like, rubble that's passing the, it's like blocking your way or something. So you use the right hand of reversal, you go through the rubble, and then in that same area, you use the left hand of progression, and it undoes your reversal, and then maybe you need that rubble for, like, a button that needs to be pressed or something, you know? Like, oh, this button opens this door, and if the rubble was still there, that button would be pressed, and you wouldn't have to have somebody standing on it so you can keep going back and forth. So what you can do is, you can put the rubble there, you know, have that switch trigger all the time, and then you could put the fucking, Harken right after that, so you're in between where the trigger is and then the fucking doorway, if I can fucking think. And then you'd have a Harkin right in between those two, so then you don't have to fucking constantly reverse and then unreverse, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, to fucking put the rubble back. You know what I mean? Like, they could do something like that. And that's just something super fucking basic that I just came up off the top of my head from reading the left hand of progression. I'm sure that if they actually want to put their fucking brains to it, I'm sure they'll probably find some kind of clever wow. Some kind of clever puzzle that you can do using both hands. You know what I mean? So I feel like it'd be the left hand of progression. It makes more sense thematically, and mechanically in my head. Sweet. Ambush prevention, you love to see it. I mean, Lulu's been wandering the abyss for a few hundred years, watching people die and decay all the time. That's fair, but, like, I don't know. I don't think that would really turn her into a psychopath. Oh, I knocked over my fucking... Oh my god! That's such fucking unfortunate events. I knocked over my phone when I was trying to scroll through chat, and when I was picking it back up, I accidentally fucking right-clicked, and it made me say no. So I didn't get the chance to fucking open the chest. Very unfortunate. Oh well. Or maybe the longer she's a ghost, the less human she becomes. That would be an interesting point as well. She lost her memories, and she not close to you because of that, and she a ass. But when she was alive in a party with you, she was close and a friend, nice to you. I mean, that's what we're thinking in the flashback. Right, that's possible, you know. That's not really confirmed, so I don't want to go off of that too much, but I do understand what you're saying, and I do, to an extent, agree with you. But I feel like she's just more empathetic or more personal, just in general, in the flashbacks. I feel like if we... Because, like, there are some points in time where Lulu does show some genuine compassion, but it was, like, once or twice. And don't ask me where specifically, because I genuinely do not remember. But I remember the mental notes that I made of, that's interesting. She is actually nice in this one part about, like, someone's misfortune or something. So, like, there are some plot points of that happening. So I feel like, you know, to an extent, maybe, you know, if we want to go back to what I was saying where she lost her emotions, maybe we can actually take a Juju Beans theory instead, and maybe as she continues to be more of a ghost, you know, or the longer she stays non-human, the less, you know, human emotions she has. And, I mean, maybe the process takes fucking forever, you know? Like, we established, maybe she was roaming the abyss for hundreds of years, and you're really seeing to the point where, like, her emotions have almost fully decayed. I mean, that's a possibility, you know? So, I mean, if we were to put all that together, we could probably make our own theory as to, like, you know, that being the case as to why Lulu is the way she is, and maybe when we revert her back to her human form, like, within enough time, maybe it's like another time-gated thing, you know, with enough time, we res her, and she goes back to normal, and if we fail, then, you know, she becomes an evil dickhead ghost, or something, you know, something to that degree. That could definitely be a possibility. I did not mean to click on Vanyas again. Oh my goodness, my frames, no. Oh well, what is it? Critical poison, holy! God damn, okay. Oh, before this guy kind of comes out of nowhere, let me, heal this poison. I knew it was behind me, I fucking knew it. Excuse me. Unfortunately, with the drowning thing you have to build tension in the situation for a horror game moment to make the player panic. I had a person in Discord 2 nights ago who was desperate for a solution and was so relieved to get out. That was an emotional manipulation tactic, a narrative spot, not a common sense moment. I totally understand where you're coming from with that. I totally get it. And honestly, I want to say I agree, but that also doesn't make sense because it's not like you're looking to change my opinion or anything on that. But I totally get where you're coming from. I don't know. I'm thinking more of less of an emotional tactic to keep the game engaging, if that makes sense. And I'm more thinking of like how our character interacted with the world and how that could more support my theory of our character acting like a fucking lobotomite that is indirectly being controlled by Lulu. That was more of where I was going with as a more in-universe reason as to why our character is a fucking buffoon. You know what I mean? So, I'm not disagreeing or saying that that take is wrong, because that is definitely a good tactic, and I know games have used that before, but I'm more pointing that using that as an example of my theory crafting, if that makes sense. Why? I did not mean to click on that. That's the wrong option. I was like, why the hell am I going back to the end? Oops. Okay, now we go to the next one. There we go. Perfect. Holy moly, it is 1:33. I was not expecting it to be so late. Holy. Ow. Yeah, the yapping is real, my goodness. I didn't think I would get to yap so much. I think I yapped more than I did grind anything, to be honest. Oh, you know what? I just realized I had all top messages open, not all messages. Whoops. I'm sorry if I missed a chat or two. That is my bad. Alright, I'd say probably after this run, we'll go back to... Oh, I thought that was Faye. Damn it. We'll probably run back to the ruins, and we'll summon some more gear, and we'll see what we get. Maybe Lulu is actually Daphne? You're right. Says the guy that yaps up to 9 hours. No, like, honestly, I didn't think I would get as many viewers as I did get, because I didn't think very many people would be interested in this kind of content. So I thought I was going to run out of things to yap about, unironically. So, I am not upset. I am just surprised. Pleasantly surprised. If anybody has any more, like, questions or anything, please do not be afraid to ask. I love yapping. 7. Ah, man, I was really hoping for Faye. Unfortunate. You are a bottomless well of yap. To an extent. I would say there definitely is an end to the yap, but it's very hard to find when you actually give me plot points and stuff to talk about. I do like theory crafting and lore talk. Oh, dude. I love that too. I just that statement alone was about to get me start yapping. Okay. Yeah, no, so I love talking about that kind of stuff too. As a person who is like a huge story writer enthusiast, that kind of talk really gets me going into the yapping mood, because I love theory crafting, I love storytelling, I love crafting how the story may go, and it's such an issue that I enjoy it so much, because it is extremely easy for me to kind of see where a story is going before I even get to the halfway point most of the time. And that's why I find so many stories so fucking boring. Because, like, I have, like, seen, heard, and read so many different stories that I can kind of know where the story is headed, and then I just drop it. Because I just don't find it interesting anymore. And I know there will be some people who are like, oh, well, maybe, you know, that's the case, and then your expectations are completely, you know, they're wrong. You know, maybe something else happens. And to that, I say, you're right. There are definitely some stories where that has happened. but those stories where I kind of assumed I knew where it was headed, and then it took a shift, it had a reason to keep me invested in the story regardless. And not a lot of stories do that, so for the ones that do have the twist, and I do find out later, like I skip ahead, I find out spoilers, I'm like, oh well, it's probably going to be like this, and I'm not that interested in the story. I just go ahead and I look at the ending, and if it's something different than what I thought, I'd be like, oh well, that's interesting, but and if it does have the same ending that I thought it was going to have, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I kind of figured. But the stories that have the twists that usually keep me for the twist, there is usually some kind of underlying reason as to why I stayed. And it's not because of the story, maybe it's like the characters, or maybe it's the world that the story is in. Like, there's some other ulterior factor or motive as to why I stuck with the story, to actually allow me as a reader to look, like, to continue reading or continue being invested into the story, to actually see that kind of twist, and it all has to do with story writing, and all has to do with, like, character building, world building. It all has to do with, like, building the universe that the author or just story writer is kind of building, and that kind of stuff just really, I'm a huge fan of that kind of stuff. And there have even been instances where I have made multiple different stories in one, or not in one story, but like there's just been at once. I mean, like I just made a ton of stories, and there was a time where I was just like, dude, I have so many stories that I want to see come to fruition. There was a point in time where I just kind of wanted to start selling my stories because of how many I have and how many I like thoroughly took the time and effort to like build and think of. And this, I am actually really proud of this kind of skill, because I mean, there was even a point in time where I was talking to, I forgot his, I think he goes by Bruh in my Discord, as funny as that is. We were going off, like he said like one thing, I forgot where it led, but it was like, I don't know. I don't remember what exactly he said, but it led me into the whole thought process of, if that one thing were to happen... Oh! It was wizardry, or a fantasy setting leaning into sci-fi. That's what it was. I started a whole backstory of the entire world very briefly, and then... So, like, the entire history of the world into present day, into then the present day, succeeding past that into a more sci-fi magic-like world. And I've just, like, gotten the entire brief plot points for each timeline, for each plot point in time, And I was able to do that in the manner of, like, 15 minutes. I was able to this is what happened in the past, this is how it happened, this is why it happened, these are the characters that affected this, and this segued into modern day, which now they have these problems, these issues to overcome, shit has happened in this kind of field of technology, which led to this action happening, which led into the futuristic part, which led to the sci-fi, mix of sci-fi and magic equipment and things like that. Like, it was just like I was able to muster like an entire timeline of a universe in the matter of like 15 to 20 minutes tops, and that is because of how invested I am in stories and shit, and like how I'm, again, that's why I'm so proud of that skill of like storytelling. Like, if you were to ask me, hey X, like, tell me a very brief fun story, or just like bedtime story, to so I can listen to it very briefly, because I want to go to bed in the matter of like 1 minute, I can totally fucking do that. Just like, I don't know, man. It's just I've studied so much into the storytelling scene. I don't have any official like education. Like I don't have like a diploma that says oh professional storytelling or something like that. But in my spare time, I've just been so invested in storytelling and how people were to make stories and how to make flawed characters into more in-depth characters and interesting characters. How plot devices can interact with the world and how to make them less obvious plot devices, to make them like maybe it's a character that's a plot device, make them more enjoyable for the reader to kind of like, you know, invest in. Because like maybe, you know, this character gives the main character a special skill, so they're a plot device for the main character to have a special skill so they can beat the big bad of the story. Well, instead of just having him only teach the hero a skill, maybe I want to invest a little bit more into the character. Maybe I want him to, you know, maybe the main character did something, some kind of like, some kind of favor or something that led the person who originally taught him the skill to be like, oh, well, you know what? You know, you did this for me and you're fighting for a good cause, so I'm going to join your party. And now, because of that, I can, you know, kind of have these two characters, the main character and the now, you know, secondary main character, kind of interact more, and they can kind of grow off of each other and like kind of, you know, go back and forth, and then you can see their growth from that point on up until the end of the story, like, you know, that kind of shit. You know, it's just very interesting stuff, and I really enjoy that kind of thinking. I enjoy it an absolute ton. There's just not much of original stories nowadays, except for the few games like BG3 or Expedition 33. That is true. I agree with that. You should use your stories for the game you're building. I'm very interested. Or be a dungeon master for D&D. You'd be a good DM. I appreciate it, Juju. I actually did want to make my own D&D campaign, but I wanted to create my own, like, I wanted to create my own system and how things work, and my friends were saying that is a lot to do for D&D, because you have to, like, make all of, like, the calculations and shit, and making sure, like, excuse me, like how the magic system can interact with the characters and shit, and I'm like, guys, excuse me, I'm super invested in that kind of shit already, and you're also talking to a person that is literally going to school for math. Like, I can do this, it's just going to take a lot of time, and I'm a very persistent person. I mean, I think that's kind of shown based off how many times I tried to fight the fucking Greater Seal Demon with an absolutely chopped team of frontline Priest Abanius, backline Knight MC, and no fighters on my team. It was bad. But I still beat him. It was the first time I beat him. So, you know what? Hey, sometimes persistence isn't awful. But, anyways, we're going to be taking a look at what equipment I get. I'm not going to summon too much because that would make me have to actually, like, extract more shit. So I am going to summon a little bit, and then near the end of the stream, I'm probably just going to do a mass fucking reversal, because if you can see right now, we have 380 piles of junk to reverse, and that is a lot, and I really do not feel like having to go through all of that nonsense on stream, especially since more people would probably be interested in actually watching the characters do stuff over me constantly clicking equipment to sell and extract. So I'm just going to summon a few things of equipment, see what we get. If we get anything cool, gotta write it down. If not, then that's unfortunate. And the cool stuff is going to be 4-star purple, because that is what I said around the halfway point of this stream. Depending on when I end stream, might be the halfway point. I don't know, but somewhere along the lines, I said somewhere that I'm going to start listing how many 4-star purple equipment we got from this run, from stream, from what I got so far. And we haven't gotten a single one yet. So I'm going to actually summon all 44 Scorched Fey 5 Blossom junk. We're going to see what I get. And that should leave us, because I want to say we left off at 952 slots out of 1,000. So we have 48 slots to play with, and we have 44 Fey 5 Blossom Chunk. So we should be able to have 4 slots left over, and one of them will be preoccupied with more, or excuse me, not preoccupied, but more of them, or one of them will be occupied with another batch of Scorch Fey 5 Blossom Chunk. So we should have around 2 slots left afterwards, if the number I remember is correct. Whether it is or not, that's a different story. Anyways, let's get started. Secondary protagonist foil. True. Holy junk pile. I know, we got a lot. We have a lot. So the Blossom is always going to be Ebon Steel. And we have a 3-star Ebon Steel Saber, which is not bad, but not really what I'm going for. But still interesting to look at. We got some pretty... Oh, we got an Arcane Rod with Magic and Surety. That's screaming Exolic build. Oh, 4-star Blue Robe. Oh, and it's Evasion and Resistance. Oof. Unfortunate. The rest of these are kind of meh. Ebon Steel Greatsword. Wow, that is a whole lot of fucking nothing. Yikes. Still, wow, we have gotten no 4-star piece of purple gear yet. Very unfortunate. The highest we got was 4-star blue, so we have gotten no cool stuff yet. Very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. So really quickly, I know this is very sudden, but I have to go to the bathroom. So I am going to get started on the first run. Have it autoplay. And obviously if I need to open a chest, that's going to have to wait. But I am going to go and go to the bathroom. I should be right back. I will see you guys in a minute. Sorry about that, fellas. Chercoon is back. Oh my goodness gracious. I should probably have, like, I don't know, some stuffed animal or something that I can put in the chair whenever I need to go to the bathroom. I feel like that'd be funny. Via con Dios. Cannot say I understand what that means. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Blanca Grappler. I will say, seeing how well this team is doing with basic attack spam on autoplay, I wonder if I can change Yuzu to Sevilla. That way there I can passively give Sevilla some more XP. Because I do want to get her to, at the very least, level 60. Oh, actually no, probably Deborah. I'd probably do Deborah instead of Sevilla. The reason being is because my Deborah is still a thief, and I want to get her to a knight already. So, might as well just max her out too. I'll probably do that, actually, after this run. Via con Dios means, may you go with God. You told me to, may I go with God, when I said I needed to go to the bathroom? May God watch you piss. I tell that to all of my non-Spanish speaking coworkers when they head off for a bathroom break. None of them get the joke. Okay, fair enough. That's funny though. Every time they go to the bathroom. That's peak, actually. Nope. Alright, and while I swap Yuzu to Deborah, I will probably check to see how much Fey Luminary junk I have, because I actually did not check last time we were in the ruins. As ridiculous as that sounds. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm a little peckish. I might have to grab like a cookie or something. So if anybody else has some snacks, don't be afraid to crack them open. What is... Oh, that's nothing, okay. Oh. Ah, that's commonplace. God damn it. I saw 7 Luminary Strike, I was like, oh! Live action Pog. Oh, are we gonna get the Fey junk? Let's see. Oof, we got the Fey 4 scales junk. We needed the Fey Luminaries junk. Very unfortunate. How did... Okay, to be fair, I wasn't paying attention. I was gonna ask, how the heck did they ambush me, but I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to where they were coming from, so... That's fine. We got the ambush prevention. We're chilling. What the hell? Can I click? Thank you. Ugh, 6 energies. I'm seeing all this Fey junk drop, and it's none of it is Luminary. I think at this point the game's just taunting me. Very unfortunate. You know what? I think I might end stream around 3 o'clock. I think that would be a good time to end it. Which is a little unfortunate because I did start stream very late. Unfortunately, I couldn't really help that because I was experiencing technical difficulties. So, let's see. Let's check the Fey junk. How many Fey Luminaries junk do I have now? What is that? 5 more than I had originally? I don't remember, to be honest. 16 is a little abysmal, though. I was really hoping for, like, in the 20s. Alright, let's see. We've just been auto-battling, so... Looks like I got hit with MP drain for Shiyu and Abanyas and myself. Alice I used to heal. Okay. Well, that's fine. Looks like, because I was... Oh, I didn't mean to go to the training room. I was gonna trade, Yuzu out for Deborah. So, that's fine. Yuzu has no, she doesn't need a rest, pretty much. So, we're chilling. Let's see, what weapon she... I don't think she has any, dude. Oh, it's a meteor bow. Actually, hold up. How different is her attack with the silver? Yeah, I'll actually equip that on Deborah. Alright, and then me, I don't think it'd be too crazy with me. 9 more accuracy. Additional evasion. Oh, I forgot it increases evasion. Yeah, that's fine. Have the SP increase. It's chill. We're chilling. It's additional 6 SP. That's fine. Alright, so now we can level up Deborah a little bit more. Just a wee bit more. On top of grinding a little more junk piles. For those of you who are just joining, we are trying to grind the Blade and Bastard event dungeon. I'm trying to get as many Illuminary junk piles as possible, and then at the end of stream we'll be summoning all of them and seeing if I get any of the 3 gear that I am looking for. We need a 4-star Augmented Dragon Slayer, 4-star Exquisite Trollkin Ring, and a 4-star Refined Saber. I do not want anything less than a blue, so it will need... So not only does it have to be a 4-star, but it also needs 2 blessings. The Illuminaries junk is the only junk pile that we can get the silver tier event junk pile from, or event equipment from, excuse me. 5 Blossom, that's not what we're looking for. And the Fey junk gives us the best odds for what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, let's see. 6 energies junk. Man, I am not seeing a lot of the Luminaries Fey junk. I'm seeing a lot of the other Fey junk, though. It's actually a little crazy how much I'm seeing every other kind of Fey junk except for the Luminaries Fey junk. I was really hoping they would give us the Luminaries Fey junk as a exchangeable item in the exchange shop. So, like, for a certain amount of exchange tokens, we can trade in for the Luminary junk, the Luminary Fey junk, excuse me. But they did not do that, which is very unfortunate. I think that was a huge fumble, because if they did that for the last like 6 days of the event, I feel like that would go crazy. Especially for someone like me who has not had good luck with the Luminary Fey junk at all. 12,000? That's not bad. That's actually not bad SP for level 50. They should add the junk in the shop always. That's fair. I do agree. But at the same time, alright, for the sake of Devil's Advocate, I can see why they wouldn't necessarily want that to be the case, because then you would probably just be grinding for exchange currency instead of actually grinding for the junk piles. So, like, why would they have the junk piles in the dungeon at that point? Like, that's just for the sake of Devil's Advocate. But I feel like if they properly, I don't know, I don't really know the right word, properly balance how much you need to give, like how much exchange currency you need to give for the junk piles, I feel like it would work the best. Like, I feel like it would work, you know. But I don't know. I'm just a little upset that I have opened what feels like a lot of Luminary Fey junk, and I have gotten absolutely nothing from it. The only 4-star purple that I have gotten from the Luminary Fey junk that I can remember are Veil Boots. And those are not good. Not fun to get when you're looking for, like, the silver tier event junk, or silver tier event equipment. Damn, yeah, it's it's bad. Jeez Louise. What? How am I getting ambushed so often, though? Even without Marcus's ambush debuff. Because the contract he gives you for additional XP gives you a higher chance of getting ambushed. But even without that, I'm getting ambushed quite a substantial amount. And I feel like it might be because the enemies are, like, going through the fucking walls. They're in the walls. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Because, like, if you see, like, some of them are, like, in between squares. And, like, some of them are in between two squares where one square is the wall and the other square is, like, the actual pathway. And because of that, that counts as an ambush somehow. I don't get it. I think it's stupid. That issue has been there since the beginning of the games. Or actually, I take that back. That issue has been there since the game updated 2 months into its lifespan. That has been an issue. And I have been telling everyone that that is an issue. It happens way too fucking often, and they need to fix it. I've been telling everyone that since the update that it happened on. And no one fucking believed me until a couple months ago where everyone's starting to be like, huh, this is weird. This happens a lot. And I'm like, bro, I've been saying this since the update when it happened came out, and they need to fix it. Like, I swear I'm not crazy. Despite how I act sometimes. Your unluck must be studied. That's true. Your characters are unwashed and stinky, make you easier to ambush and harder for you to get the drop on enemies. Are they stinky? I guess they are. Just a little bit. I don't think it'd be enough to, like, get ambushed very often, though. You do get ambushed 100% because of that. Yeah, right. Oh, wait, what, Oh, she is using that staff. Wait, that's not the staff I was thinking it was. A 30 divine power difference? Are we for real? That's fucking awful. Alright, what about the Serrata Splendor? Wow, okay. Yeah, I'll use it. Fuck it. What the hell? Oh my. Yeah, this Serrata Splendor's goat. Forgot I left it on Shelly. I was like, wow, why is she healing so little? Then I check out her weapon, I was like, ah, that's why. Random question, but is the Way of the Warrior worth on Bugen? Was gonna teach him Way of the Knight, but I chose Alice and Gillian instead, so gotta wait. I could teach him Unyielding Will to Fight as well. So, if you have a Shiyu, I would recommend you level up and invest in the Shiyu instead of Bugen. And the reason why is because Shiyu's Ephemeral Illusion stance allows you to build a close to death build with her, and then she'll be able to dish out an exorbitant amount of damage in one turn. And it is absolutely ridiculous. If you don't have Shiyu, man, I would say go for it, I guess, but man, I would not get too comfortable with Bugen. But to actually answer your question, yes, Way of the Warrior does work on Bugen. It works on everyone. So, pretty much what Way of the Warrior does is it increases your overall damage with a weapon that you use as like a physical hitting weapon. So this counts for, from my understanding, this also counts for two-handed staffs if you use them as a melee weapon. So, the character's in the front row, you have the two-handed staff, and then you smack someone with it, and the Way of the Warrior will actually count towards the damage you deal with that smack. So because the Way of the Warrior, it actually just increases your overall damage. It's not like dependent off of your attack stat. So it also works for knights when you're like using like a one-handed rod on them, because most people like using one-handed rods on knights, because like the Staff of Weakness. So like if you have like the Staff of Weakness and you have like you have a Guardian Blow set up, you can also inflict attack down because of the Staff of Weakness. Regardless, that's starting to go on to different strategies. But to boil it all down, yes, Way of the Warrior is worth on Bugen because of the way that the Way of the Warrior calculates damage. It calculates damage on any physical close to mid-range hit. So it has nothing to do with your attack stat or anything else. It's just a passive attack increase when you deal physical hitting damage. And the reason why it says close to mid is because bows are long range. They would not be categorized as close to mid, so that is why that specification is there. Not gonna lie, it's a little weird not having Worse or Magoto in the chat. I know, I've had so many streams where Magoto and Worse are in chat, or even in a call with me. That it's a little different. It's like a different atmosphere when they're not here. I think Worse just went to bed because of how late I streamed, and I don't know what's up with Makoto. I think he usually wakes up around the time I end stream. Actually, usually. Sometimes he stays up because he lives in like a different part of the world than me. So. When Shiyu was introduced, is when I started the game. I rerolled until I got both Shiyu and an account with other good starters. Took days. It was worth it. If you can withstand the sanity damage, I suggest rerolling until you get both Shiyu and Shelly. I would agree. Definitely on Shiyu. Shelly, because of the state mages are in right now, you could probably get away with not having her at the moment. But if you want to play it safe, in case mages do get that buff that they desperately need, you will have a very powerful mage unit, if you get Shelly. But as of right now, you could probably get away with not having Shelly on your team. The only magic user I usually have is Alice, and that's just because she's a mage priest hybrid. And if you are accustomed to what I talk about on these streams and stuff, you are aware that that is a insanely good combo for support. But regardless, I highly agree with Shiyu. The Shiyu statement, 100%. She is a fantastic single target unit, like single target hitting unit. Her ephemeral illusion stance can one-shot the Greater Seal Demon, and I am not kidding. Like, you get Morgus's attack, or Morgus's damage increasing contract, on top of, like, every other bit you can min-max. You can literally one-shot with her ephemeral illusion stance. It is ridiculous. She is an insanely good single-target boss killer, the community calls her. Again, Shelly, because of the state mages are in currently, you could probably get away with not having her right now, but if they do get the buff they need, and you do have Shelly, you'll have an insanely good mage unit right there at your disposal, if you do have her. I have been hogging everything skill-wise because I don't want to break my account. That's fair. So when it comes to skills and shit, and like who to like use the skill on, the MC is probably your best bet, because you're stuck with MC. MC is like the guy to, if you have these skills and you want to make a character better and you don't know what to do with them, MC is the safest bet. Obviously, if you have like, you know, something you want to build towards, like maybe there's a character you're thinking of taking, obviously ask around the community, see what they think. But the safest bet, if you don't have the community at your disposal, or like the community guide or anything like that, I would say the safest bet is just increasing MC, because you are always going to have MC. MC will always be there. You are stuck with him for the end of days. Alright, so there's nothing wrong with making the MC just a little bit better, if that makes sense. You mean we roasting you? You miss it? No, I don't miss you guys roasting me at all. I'm fine with this chill atmosphere. This is a lot better. And I do have Shiyu as well. I just figured it made more sense to invest in him because I can't invest in her discipline as easily. Right, she D2 and he's D5. So when it comes to investing in a character, do not have discipline be the make or break. To invest in a character, you will need to look at everything they have to offer. And Shiyu has way more to offer than Bugen does. Because Bugen is a little easier to build because of discipline. But Shiyu's worth, her value, is mainly into ephemeral illusion stance. And she does almost everything right for a close to death build. And the reason why I say that is because if you use her Blossom stance, she will be targeted and she has a chance to survive a fatal blow. So she will be left at 1 HP. That will give room to Way of the Backwater stance to activate, Will to Fight to activate, and then a couple of different other buffs that you could have as when you're at that red marker. You're at 1 HP, so every close to death buff is going to activate. And then, because you're at red, if you can use Ephemeral Illusion stance. So all of those passive increases that activate because you're close to death, on top of being able to use Ephemeral Illusion stance, you can actually just use Ephemeral Illusion stance, and then she takes another turn to actually use it, so she gets into the stance, and then I would say after, I would say 3 more turns, not like 3 of her turns, I mean after 3 other characters' turns have passed. So if there was 3 of your party members before her, she activates it. After those 3 party members activate, take their turn, she will activate again, and she'll use her Ephemeral Illusion stance. That's roughly around when she activates it. And because Ephemeral Illusion stance is so powerful, and you have all of those passives in her already, activated, she has the potential to do an extreme amounts of damage, if not one-shot your enemy. It is insane. That is why I encourage people to always build Shiyu over any other samurai, and that is because of her ephemeral illusion stance. That is because her kit is so well built around the close to death state, the close to death build. Like her kit is built for it. This also has nothing to do with her discipline, which is also very good because it increases attack and surety, and her passive. Because I want to say her passive was the ephemeral illusion stance. That was her passive skill. That was the non-inheritable skill that she has. Because most people get a passive. She got an entire nuking skill, alright? She will be way better than Bugen because of just her kit being so synergistic with like her, how the way she can be built. And even if you don't want to build solely for the close to death build with her, she still is a lot faster than Bugen, and she can deal a lot more damage than Bugen. So if you want to invest into any samurai, I mean literally any samurai in the entire game, Shiyu is the character you want to invest in. She has the best kit for like the way samurais are meant to be used. Yoizu is the only exception to this because he is centered around AoE Odachis, which is very odd. I'm not going to get too deep into him, but for the most part, samurais are specifically mainly used for single target attacks to deal massive damage as much as possible to a boss. That's why the samurai class is known as the boss killer class. That's why people think that Samurai MC would be so fucking nasty. And to an extent, he is fucking nasty. He just doesn't have the ephemeral illusion stance that Shiyu does to do, like, even more damage than he could, you know? Shiyu is a boss killer, simple. That is true. I would say samurais are the boss killer class, but Shiyu really just, like... she takes, like, the title of boss killer, and she, like, really just, like... I'm probably not explaining it properly, or, like, good enough, but, like, she takes that title and runs with it. It's bad. It's bad how good Shiyu is as a character. I want to make my Shelly a priest, but I also want to max her out first. Unfortunately, I'm struggling with the copper exam, so I'm contemplating whether or not I should change her class anyway. I feel like... Don't forget to like the stream, please. I appreciate it, Juju. Excuse me, but when I feel like, when it comes to your predicament, Juju, I would say definitely don't change her class yet. Definitely keep her a mage still, but just try to tackle the way that you're doing the exam first. Like, maybe, I'm not entirely certain how you're tackling it, but maybe you're trying to go around and kill all the bosses first. Maybe that won't work for you because you're eating up all your resources. Maybe you can do what I was talking about earlier on in the stream and just full throttle go into the fight with all of those bosses there and just fucking throw everything you got at them. Because if that's the case, then maybe you can just wipe them all out and, you know, and just pass the exam that way. Because that way there you're not, like, you know, using all of your resources on all these separate battles. Instead, you're using all your resources on one battle to win the exam. You know what I mean? So maybe that could be the issue. I'm not entirely sure, though. Buken has short legs. His action speed is very low. Well, to sum it up, you're right. What about ephemeral illusion while being covered by night with cover? That could definitely work. 100%, Baka. Shiyu, well, I'm mad I said that unironically like that. Regardless. Shiyu will also most likely get brought into an evergreen drawing pool like Renee and Abanius as well, so Adventure Bones will probably be able to be used for discipline level set in the future. Maybe. But yes, if you have Shiyu use Ephemeral Illusion Stance while a knight is covering her, that knight will take all of the fucking damage, while she prepares to use her ephemeral illusion stance and nuke the enemy that you targeted, like make her target on. So yes, that will definitely help. Fair points. I'm swapping all his gear pieces onto her. I would say that's a good decision. Lingering and ephemeral are disgustingly OP. Yes, and the fact that they synergize so well on top of the other passives you can have, like the will to fight, that gives you additional surety when you're close to death. And I think it also increases your accuracy, but I could be wrong. Actually, I have it on my Shiyu. I have it on relatively high level too, because she makes the most use out of that skill. If I can find it. No, it's not Unyielding Will to Fight. Where is it? Am I blind? Where is it? I know I'm blind. It's a rhetorical question. Oh, here it is. It increases accuracy, evasion, and surety when HP is below a certain level, and that certain level is reaching red. So when you see your health is red, that's when Will to Fight activates. So you're going to increase of accuracy, evasion, and surety. Evasion, that's good. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good, but it's not what you're focusing on. What you're focusing on is the accuracy and surety, because accuracy prevents your attacks from being dodged, obviously, and then the surety increases the sure chance of the skills, or all of your attacks, which makes this really, really good. So definitely very good to have on Shiyu, especially since this activates when you're at red health. Ephemeral Illusion Stance can be used when you're at red health. And then there is the... What was it? The Water Stance. Back against the Water Stance. Increases attack power and magic power. Increases when HP drops below 50%. And because you're in that red range, you are below 50%. So that activates. Will to Fight activates. Ephemeral Illusion Stance can be used. And that doesn't include all the buffs you're going to get if you use Lingering Blossom, because this skill actually just fucking buffs you. This is a wall of text, but for one turn, the user becomes more likely to be targeted by enemies, and if they would take a damage that reduces their HP to 0, if they take lethal damage, they might persevere once with 1 HP. Now, this is a chance. To increase this chance of surviving with 1 HP, that is where the Unyielding Will to Fight activates. Because this has a chance to cheat death or survive a fatal attack when getting hit. And this is affected by luck. Now, the... where is it? So Lingering Blossom. Lingering Blossom and the Unyielding Will to Fight have two separate instances of having Shiyu survive. So, like, if Lingering Blossom fails the check to have Shiyu survive, Unyielding Will to Fight will then be able to see if that is checked. And if it is, Shiyu survives with 1 HP. If she doesn't, but Lingering Blossom checks, she still survives with 1 HP. If they both check, she survives with 1 HP. If none of them check, then she doesn't live. But the fact that you have those two separate checks, definitely helps her a lot. And if Lingering Blossom does not succeed the check, but the Unyielding Will to Fight does, she still gets the boosts on top of everything. Because it has nothing to do with her surviving from Lingering Blossom specifically. It's just her surviving lethal damage. So that essentially just makes Lingering Blossom overpowered, because it is not a instance-specific skill. It is just whenever you survive lethal damage. So, if the user perseveres, does not mean they have to persevere from Lingering Blossom specifically, but if they persevere in general, their evasion, attack power, and surety are increased for 4 turns. Chance of persevering and chance of being targeted are greatly reduced, and evasion, attack power, and surety increased amounts are reduced if learned by someone other than Shiyu, which is fine, because you're not really going to utilize this skill unless maybe you want it for your MC for whatever reasons, then your MC can, you know, have fun with his skill for whatever reason. I don't know why you would want that this on MC. There's really no point in having this on any other character other than Shiyu. But regardless, I digress. So so those two skills complement each other, on top of Lingering Blossom complementing Ephemeral Illusion Stance, because, well, technically Unyielding Will to Fight also complementing Ephemeral Illusion Stance, since both of them prevent you from actually taking fatal damage, so you stay in the red, so you can activate Ephemeral, and then you also get the Lingering Blossom buffs, and then this is all on top of the Close to Death buffs that you have with Will to Fight and Back Against the Water formation. And that is where Shiyu does stupid amounts of damage. All of this synergy in one character, and this is not including what you can have for your equipment. And that is why I highly encourage so many people to make a close to death build with Shiyu. Because if you make a close to death build with Shiyu, her ephemeral illusion stance will fucking carry you in boss fights. And I am not kidding when I say that. This is genuinely, it will carry you. And even if you can't use ephemeral, say, oh, well, you know, I can't activate it because for some reason my Shiyu is fucking unkillable and she can't get past 50% HP. For whatever reason. She is still a samurai. Samurais are known for doing stupid amounts of damage, even without Shiyu's close to death buff, or close to death build. So let's say you have your Shiyu all built up for close to death, but you can't get it for whatever reason. Well, she can still use Bamboo Splitter. And as much as Ephemeral loves fucking nuking things, Bamboo Splitter does a really good amount of damage too. So, I mean, if you have the issue of not being able to reliably use Ephemeral, you still have the option to just spam Bamboo like a normal samurai can. So you have the normal samurai actions on top of a secret close to death nuking build on top of the same character. So you technically don't need the nuke, but to say, if you were to tell me you would prefer Bugen over Shiyu because you don't want to rely on a close to death build, you don't have to rely on the close to death build. The close to death build just makes her deal even more damage than she normally would be. So, you know, and I just use Bugen as an example. Like, you know, I wasn't saying it because Steven over here said Bugen specifically. I was saying Bugen, like, you know, it could just be anyone. Like, you know, Nameless Samurai, Yuzu, or Yoizu, I meant, excuse me. You know, just any samurai. Like, she is just better than any samurai because of the close to death capabilities. You know, so she has everything that makes a samurai good on top of the secret nuking skill. And then a build around that. So, enough of my ranting, but that is where I would go with making sure that she can fucking just, she is the best boss killer you can have. And, really briefly, if you're worried about enemies resisting Ephemeral Illusion Stance because it is an air type skill, literally give her Atom skill and nothing will resist it. No damage loss on typing. Easy. A skill that cannot be resisted, but can also deal super effective damage against Earth, and that doesn't include literally everything else I just described. Bro. She is just such a good character. I cannot glaze Shiyu enough, bro. She is such an insanely good character. Now, don't get me wrong. She takes a lot of investment. I mean a lot. It is really, really tough to build a samurai in general, okay? But if you can build her, if you did stock up on a lot of inheritables, and you can invest into her, I would say go for it. Her build is fantastic. Her base kit is fucking immaculate. It synergizes so well with one another. It is so hard to find a character whose build synergizes so well with itself outside of Shiyu. Like, it's very hard to find a kit that synergizes as well, like, with itself as well as Shiyu's does. It is really hard. And then the fact that she's a beast folk who are known for having an extremely high SP pool and, like, decent strength and good speed, and she's a wind type, which is good for speed? Bro, it's... Okay. It's so hard to just, like, say you would prefer anyone else as a boss killer. Also, Way of the Night, it just prevents you from taking more damage. I just figured I'd point that out because people would probably question why I have that, but it's just more defensive capabilities. Like, oh my god, dude. Shiyu is just such a good character, bro. I love Shiyu, man. She is such a good character. Such a good fucking character. I have all my human Sams still saved up, but I'm gonna just give her all. Oh yeah, definitely do that. That's gonna boost her so well. Haven't heard any good things about Yoizu, and Drakam likely knew how hard it was going to be to put them on even levels power-wise. Yeah, Yoizu, he's trying, like, his focus is Odachis and, like, AoE, but the thing is, like, by the time you're done setting up with Yoizu and you actually start using his main AoE skill, everything's mostly already going to be dead. And the fact that he's an elf that focuses on a strength-based weapon doesn't go very well for him. It doesn't. Even with the fire element that increases your strength, it still does not end well for him. He desperately needs a strength IV to be good, in my opinion. And even with the strength IV, he's not that good. And every samurai learns AoE Odachi skills. It's just his skill, specifically his unique one, needs like a turn to set up, and then he can start using it, and then by the time it finally does like really good damage, everything's already dead. So I mean, like, on paper it sounds interesting, but like, Phase 7 Luminaries junk, yay! We got it. We got 4 of them. Let's go. But it's just like by the time he can finally use his like signature skill, his signature AoE skill, it's just like everything's pretty much dead, or there's not enough enemies to really justify using an AoE skill, you know. So it's just unfortunate, but like I have not seen a single character so far even like challenge Shiyu's boss killing capabilities. It's going to be extremely hard to find someone that can actually like rival her boss killing abilities. It is actually crazy. Now I tried going straight to the boss, and unfortunately I guess I'm under-geared because I'm getting wrecked, and I guess I wasn't doing that much for damage. I'm currently using Event Shop Weapon. That's fair. If you're using the silver tier and you get good rolls, you should be doing pretty good. Maybe you're using the Ebon Steel tier though. I'm not entirely sure which event weapons you're using. Lingering Blossom with Alice, Inherit, and Quick Draw Stance is the best way to farm Cyclops. Okay, you said with Alice. Like, the elf priest Alice? Or did you mean to say Shiyu? Because Alice, even if you did inherit Lingering Blossom onto Alice, she can't use Quick Draw Stance because she's a priest or a mage. Quick Draw Stance is a samurai exclusive skill, buddy. She knows Wisdom, just needs Way of the Night and Sanctuary's Blessing. True. True. Shiyu definitely saved me on several occasions despite being squishy. Yeah, literally, if you just give her some defensive passives, she's gonna be fine. She'll be fine. Should I level my Shiyu fighter? Yes. Yes. Shiyu fighter is going... So, Shiyu should not have fighter as her main class, but the fighter class change is going to give her a lot of good passives that she will utilize. So, yes, definitely level up your Shiyu fighter, max her out. I would say just max her the fuck out, and the reason why is because the level 70 skill that fighters get are really, really good. And I will even show you what it is, because I have it. I maxed Shiyu's fighter skill out. It's this, Armsmanship. So it increases accuracy and action speed when equipped with one-handed weapons, and increases accuracy and attack power when equipped with two-handed weapons. Now, this does count for katanas and odachis. So katanas will give her the accuracy and action speed buff, and the odachi will give her the accuracy and attack power buff. So definitely an incredibly good skill for Shiyu, because without it, you are missing out on accuracy and action speed for when she's using a katana, and you are missing out on accuracy and attack power for when she's using an odachi. And when she's using an odachi, she can also use AoE skills. So very, very good for AoE clearing. And because every samurai learns AoE odachi skills, like it's not a Yoizu exclusive. The only Yoizu exclusive skill is his fire type AoE skill. That's his exclusive skill. So every samurai can use an odachi, and every samurai can use odachi AoE skills. So if you want Yoizu to use an odachi just to clear trash mobs and not focus on bosses or anything, and just, get through AoE after AoE, she can use this Armsmanship with her odachi, usage, and it will increase her damage, effectively allowing you to clear more mobs faster if you want her as an odachi user. And this is another way to increase the attack power for when she's using an odachi. The reason why accuracy and action speed is really good for when she's using a katana, I personally didn't think it was that great, because I was like, oh, well, we need more attack on Shiyu. Like, why the fuck is it not, accuracy and attack for one-handed weapons too? Well, the action speed is actually a substantial, or I shouldn't say a substantial, but it's definitely a decent amount to where if you want your Shiyu to, like, double turn on one turn cycle, this skill will help that a lot. And the fact that you need less equipment with action speed because of this skill definitely also helps. So all around, this is the fighter level 70 skill, and it is very good in my opinion for Shiyu. So if you can, definitely level up Shiyu's fighter class to level 70, get this Armsmanship, and then change her back to a samurai, because Shiyu shines when she's a samurai, okay? The fighter class is for skills. The samurai class is where she deals the most damage. And it's definitely even more apparent because when you click on Ephemeral Illusion Stance, you will go to find out that you cannot use this skill unless you are a samurai and you're using a katana or an odachi. So it is heavily restricted to specifically her samurai class. So definitely get the Armsmanship and get all of those awesome passives for fighter class, and then immediately change her back to a samurai once you get it to level 70, because that's where the building of her samurai class is going to go even further beyond what you originally imagined. And to answer everyone's question, because I know everyone's going to ask, or at least some people are going to ask, the only way I leveled up Ephemeral Illusion Stance is by using my codexes. So if you have a small stash of codexes, you can level up Ephemeral Illusion Stance, and it will deal a lot more damage. Level 3 is usually the stopping point. If you don't have too many codexes to use, you can boost Ephemeral Illusion Stance to level 3, and that will give you enough damage increase for the SP you use for it. Level 5 is usually the stopping point for people who want to invest a lot more into Shiyu, like me, because level 7 usually costs a lot more SP than people would feel comfortable using unless you are just fucking bathing in resources. I mean, like, you have like close to like, I don't know, like 250, maybe way more than that in SP for Samurai, which you can definitely get with relics and her, getting her to discipline 9 and all that other good stuff. So definitely possible, definitely viable for all the people that like heavily invest into her. But I would say for those of you who are free to play or are close to free to play, I would say a good stopping point for Ephemeral Illusion Stance is level 3. Again, if you want to level it up because you think it would be better to be at a higher level, level 5 is usually a really good stopping point if you just want really good investment into her. If you don't want to go all out, she is the single character you mainly want to focus on. Because level 5 is usually where I'm going to stop. If I get more codexes and I feel like doing more one-shots or build for a bigger one-shot, then I would probably try to go for level 7, but that's just me personally. If I were to recommend it to everyone else, stopping points would be level 3 or level 5. Just to give kind of everyone the basic rundown as to when it comes to Ephemeral Illusion Stance and how much to invest into it. So, yeah. Can you think of any specific fights where Yoizu is made for people to use it in? The only one that I can think of is the wolf boss in Abyss 4. That's the only one. It's the only one I can think of. There is no other fight to use Yoizu in my opinion. Or his specific, like, skill. Oh, X, for a chair stuffed toy for chair streaming, maybe talk to Deadman? It's a thing they do? Interesting. Deadman. So is that their handle? Is like they're called Deadman? Like I'm unfamiliar with them. I got 2 Augmented Dragon Slayers at 15, one for Lavana and one for Chloe. Also got a Refined Saber for my Shiyu. I farmed quite a bit for those, lol. Hey, that's fucking awesome, man. Good for you. I will never, ever judge a man for farming, especially trying to get his party up to snuff, you know what I mean? So definitely good for you. That's fucking awesome, dude. I don't know. I would say maybe look at your gear, like your armor. Maybe they could use some better blessings, you know. If you want to go past soft cap, definitely go focus on surety, because sure hits can go through soft cap. So I would say, I don't know, a little over, like a 550 attack would be good for where you're at, you know, trying to get through the copper grade exam. And then once you hit like 550 attack power, I would say to then just focus on surety, because that surety damage is going to be getting you through the higher spikes in damage. It's going to be going through what they call soft cap. And I actually did have to explain this to somebody that I thought would understand this, so I'm just going to really briefly explain what a soft cap is. So a soft cap is it's essentially the cap of the game to... fuck, I thought that was Faye. I thought that was a Faye chunk. Fuck. It's distracting me. Essentially, a soft cap is... wow, why can I not put this into words? Because I know what it is, but I can't word it properly. It is the point where you see diminishing returns on investment in terms of attack. So, for example, when you use Earth-Shattering Strike, it is a level 62 fighter skill, okay? A fighter with 550 attack, or a fighter with, excuse me, I should go with the higher one first. A fighter with 650 attack is going to do just barely more damage than a fighter with 55 attack using the same skill at the same level, as an example. Sure hits are going to be able to let you cut through this soft cap, because the sure hits, they are this game's form of critical hits, and then this game's critical hits are insta kills. Regardless, it's my little tangent real quick. Explanation. So, a sure hit will essentially take your damage and multiply it to roughly, I want to say he said 0.75 times. Now, this 0.75 times is not affected by any kind of defense or anything like that. Well, I mean, the total damage is, but what I'm saying is it's going to be a substantial damage increase compared to non-sure hits. And then this sure damage can also be, like, this sure damage modifier can also be increased through a passive called Way of the Thief. If you read the description, essentially it just makes it so then your sure hits deal more damage. The rough calculation for it at level 1, I don't know anything higher, but at level 1, Way of the Thief would roughly increase the damage multiplier from 0.75 to 0.95, if I'm remembering correctly. That is the rough calculation of it in the community guide. They actually have it in the community guide, so if you would like to double check the damage calculations, it is in there, okay? And that's actually how I got my information. That's why I'm saying if I remember correctly, because the information is still there, so if you want to double check, it is there. But that soft cap is going to be, you're going to be able to get past that soft cap through surety. So I would say roughly around 550 attack is really, really good. And then after you reach that, you know, a little bit extra attack won't hurt. It just, you shouldn't be focusing really on attack past 550. Realistically speaking. Because at that point you should be focusing on sure hits, or your surety rating, so then you can get those sure hits to blast through the soft cap and deal substantially more damage. So that is kind of what my quick rant on soft caps and why you should reach to get past it, especially if you want to go oonga boonga with two-handed weapons on this boss fight. Technically, it's a boss fight. So that's kind of what I did with the copper grade exam. I just blitzed through it, and the soft caps being broken through sure hits definitely help a lot. Gotcha, thank you, sir. Not a problem, Jujubian. I'm just glad I could help. I mean, Shiyu and Alice inherit to extend the time of Lingering Blossom for quick draw stance. Oh, I see. You were saying to inherit Alice's inherit onto Shiyu. Okay, that's fair. Okay, I totally get what you're saying now. So that she gets targeted while she is in quick draw stance. Okay, that's fair. I actually didn't think about that. I totally get where you're coming from now. Because I thought you were saying you use Alice and make her do quick draw stance, and I was like, Alice can't become a samurai. So that's where I got very confused. But okay, that makes sense. Using Alice's inherit onto Shiyu, so then that makes more sense. Gotcha. Deadman from main Discord made a Lulu plushie. Oh, really? Interesting. I don't know if I'd want Lulu, but but the fact that they're able to make the plushing and stuff, that's great. Good for them. I didn't realize that was didn't realize anybody made a plushie for Lulu. Deadman is the one running one of the Wizardry variant Daphne Discord, and the non-official one. Gotcha. They've already made a Lulu plushie doll. Excuse me. I don't think any of the Oh, do you? Okay, hold up. I was gonna say I don't think any of them are official, but I just remembered the actual Wizardry Discord, because there's the Wizardry variants Daphne Discord, and then I clicked on the wrong fucking one again. There's the Wizardry variants Daphne Discord, and then there's the Wizardry Discord. They're two separate things. So yeah, the Wizardry Discord is official, but the Wizardry variants Daphne Discord specifically is not official. I see. And I know that wasn't worth rambling about, but I was just more saying that out loud so that I can kind of like, it helps me. All right. Okay, after this run, I'm probably going to summon all the junk piles, see what we get, do a little bit of extracting, maybe some reinforcing, not necessarily reinforcing, but upgrading, depending on what I get. We'll see what happens. Because it is already 2:51, and I was planning on ending stream around 3 o'clock. Because that gives me enough time to to get settled in, maybe get a quick snack, and then go to bed. And then we'll see. We'll see what I get for the junk piles. Because again, if I get that augmented dragon slayer, I might have to go start fighting that super boss dragon. Oof. Oh? Fuck, it's commonplace. Damn it. I'm really hoping I get that augmented dragon slayer, man. I'm really hoping I can get that at least today or tonight. Because the way I have it prioritized, I'm prioritizing the augmented dragon slayer, then the exquisite trollkin ring, and then the refined saber. And the reason why the refined saber is last is not only do I already have one maxed out that's 3-star, but if anything, I'll probably drop it anyways for the Kagurazuki. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Kagurazuki, it is right now the highest damaging katana in the game. And the reason being is because it specializes in heavily offensive play. It also actively decreases your defense, but it has a passive that increases your evasion. And it also has innate surety on it already. It's got like 5 surety, which is kind of nuts because most weapons don't really have positive surety. Fingers crossed. True. But yeah, so the refined katana is definitely the lowest on my list out of the event. The event here. I'm really hoping for the augmented dragon slayer though. Excuse me. I am planning on farming for more chainmail and a Kagurazuki after this event is done, because this event has gotten to the point where there are only 3 days left to farm, and I kind of want to, as much as I would love to start farming the Greater Shield Demon again, because I've been itching for it, I kind of want to farm him some more. But I know that's a poor decision right now because of how little time I have left of the event. So I want to farm as much of the event first before it ends, and then I'll probably get back to farming the Greater Shield Demon, and I'll farm for Kagurazuki and the Chainmail and all that other stuff. I'll probably even, go through the torture of trying to farm Alabaster. But as of right now, I just want to farm this event and try my best to get the event equipment. Alright, looks like it's summoning time. Let's see what I get. Just gonna make my way back to the town. I have not did a class grade up yet for Deborah, so she's hard stuck at level 50, so I'm going to rest at the inn real quick. And then we will see what we get from all the grinding. I'm gonna double check to see how many Fey junk we got. Like the Fey Luminary junk. Ooh, we got 20. Alright. So we're gonna summon literally everything. So the last 20 junk piles are what I get from the Fey 7 Luminaries junk. Please, if I get a 4-star purple of one of each in this one bulk summon, bro, I don't even know. I don't even know. I'll just be so fucking hyped, bro. Oh my god. Alright. We are reversing all 407 junk piles. 407. Oh my god. Gamba. Yes, it is Gamba time, folks. It is time to see what all of this farming was worth. What was it all for? So far, a bunch of garbage steel equipment. And then a 4-star Sacred Wood Staff. Yikes. Okay. Oh, that's garbage. Thought I was going to cope with those. Cope? Nope, no cope. So far, I can't cope with any of this. Oh my god. Oh, bro, this is bad. Oh, this is not looking good, fellas. Yikes! A lot of greens, 1 and 2 stars. Holy moly! Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. No. It's fine. We'll keep going. We got this. Oh, hey, we got some 4-star blue. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a better one from the Greater Seal Demon. It's fine. This is, you know what? Honestly, not terrible. Not terrible. We got innate surety. All right. Unfortunately, no innate attack. If I could cope with this, and we get flat attack, we could alter that 4th one to a surety, if I wanted to cope with this. I'm probably going to hold on to this just because it's a 4-star saber that's blue. Why the fuck would I not? But I'm probably not actually going to level it up. I'll probably max unify it just for the fucks of it, but again, I probably won't level it up or anything. Okay, we got purple. Okay, that's not good. Oh, a 4-star purple. Okay, we finally got a 4-star purple. Okay, I'm gonna write it down. All right, we got Ebon Steel boots. Light armor boots. Alright, I wrote it down. Let's see if it's good rolls. Hey, you know what? That's not terrible. I will take that, okay? Best case scenario, alright, we get a speed percentile on the 4th one, and we get to change evasion percentile to surety. Honestly, not bad. Alright? Not bad. Congrats on the 4-star purple. Thank you. I've been I needed a small win today, okay? Too much troubleshooting and issues with things. I needed a small win today. Now, can we get a big fucking W? Alright? And again, just a reminder, a big W is a 4-star augmented Dragon Slayer, a exalted or exquisite, excuse me, Trollkin ring, and a refined saber. Okay, each of which have to be 4-star purple. Okay, that is the big W. If I can get one of those today, just one, that will be a massive W. All right, that is just what I'm looking for. Oh no, I'm so scared, guys. We're already on the augmented Dragon Slayers. We're already in the Luminary junk, dude. Oh my god, I'm scared. What is this 4-star Ebon Steel ring? Oh, it's dog shit. It's dog shit. It's a fucking it's a priest piece of equipment, but it has fucking res. Res is a fucking, oh my god. It's a cope fucking blessing. Bro, Shiro loves to say, "Oh, resistance is good on priests." It's like, yeah, but I would prefer literally anything else, dude. More divine power. Fuck it, I'd take evasion. Make my priests bulky with defense, bro. I don't care. Wide resistance. Bro, okay. Alright. What the okay. That looks like it's an evasive Exolic build, I guess. But regardless. Alright. Luminary's junk. Luminary's junk time. Okay, I just had to check that. Okay. W Eineke piece. Oh my god. Enough of the Eineke pieces, please. Okay, we have 10 more pages, bro. We have 10 more pages. We got a 3-star wait. What the fuck? Come on. Excuse me. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh. Okay. All right. Oh, shit's not looking good. Oh, please. Please. Okay, please. Okay, we have 6 pages left. Dude, come on, please. Please. Bro, come on. Bro, please. I need a 4-star. 4-star blue, I'm begging you, please. Please, bro. What the fuck is this, bro? Come on, bro. Okay. We have 2 more pages. We have 2 more fucking pages, bro. Okay, we have 2 more pages. Come on. Wheel it into existence. What is this, though? It's still ass, bro. Okay. Come on. Bro, come on, bro. Last page, bro. Last fucking page. You're getting the items that will let you unite. It's a step in the right direction. Bro, I have enough already. I have enough on each stage, bro. I have enough unification fodder. I just need the actual fucking weapon, bro. Oh my god. Evasion action speed, you know what? W silver boots, that's great. I'm so glad that these are cool. These are here, that's great. This is mid as fuck, but whatever, Bro, okay, come on. Last page. Last fucking page. Come on, we got this. Bro, we ain't got nothing, chat. We ain't got nothing. We got nothing. We got fucked over again. Yikes. Karma for not getting the mace. Bro, I have had this luck before the mace, bro. I do not want to hear it. Absolute dog shit statement. Holds no backing, by the way. I have been rolling like this since before the mace was even a concept in, the universe. I just reversed and got an augmented Dragon Slayer 3-star purple attack percentile elevation. How would you build it? Swap evasion for surety? Yeah, that's exactly what I would do, Baka Grappler. Well, it's not terrible. It's not like the game completely fucked me over on rolls, but at the same time, in the Illuminary junk pile, it did actually kind of just fuck me over on rolls. And yes, I'm trying to take your mind off your rolls, except for that 4-star purple. That's a good one. It is a good one. I will admit, it is a good one. Double evasion and 1 action speed on a 4-star purple. That's not bad at all. Admittedly, though, I probably would have preferred just the ninja tabby, the clouded ninja tabby, or whatever it's called. What is it? There it is. Yep. Is this a 3-star version? Oh, it's a shitty version, essentially. Because if it's the shrouded ninja tabby, if I can pull it up, it has similar stats to Hunting Boots. However, Hunting Boots has a lot more action speed. So I want to see here. So we have 3 action speed, 4 surety, 1 evasion, and Hunting Boots are 7 action speed, 4 surety, and 2 evasion. And they also have 3 more defense. So they are obviously better, but at least with the Shrouded Ninja Tabby, I can essentially it's like an off-brand or a clearance fucking Hunting Boots. So I could use that for the time being before I start hunting, before I start farming Hunting Boots. Oh man, it's just it's unfortunate. I mean, I'll definitely take that boot one. I'll definitely take this. It's just it's rough. It's rough. It was rough to watch. That was poor. That was very poor. Poor and unfortunate. Oh man. Yeah, well, that was the Bulls, guys. I don't even remember what it was silver boots, actually. Hold up. Not those ones. It was these ones. We can lock these ones up. What about this? Action speed, accuracy, evasion, action speed. Is this? Oh, this is just a better version because it's flat action speed. Okay, I mean, like, I'll just fucking lock this too, just in case. Veil boots. Why the veil boots, man? I think I altered action speed on this actually, so this is kind of fried. Yep. Very unfortunate. I think I'll just cook all of my veil boots because I don't think I have any more that I need to use, or that I need to use for alteration, right? Veil boots maxed. These are veil boots almost maxed. I could probably max that out actually. Ophelia. Black wing boots. I need to just drop all these boots. Like, I want to focus mainly on just fucking ninja tabbies. Abanius is still running this? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I need to upgrade my gear. I need to like update this shit. Jesus, this is sad. Dude. Phantom Shadow Ninja Tabby, the steel variant. Only an additional 3 action speed and 9 evasion. That is... Yikes. Okay, what's this? Action speed, accuracy, and evasion. 3-star steel. Do I really want to use fucking steel, though? I mean, I could because Alabaster, but that just sounds like cope at that point. I don't know. I don't really think I needed this at all. Here, let me see if I altered action speed on there. I really feel like I did, but just to double check. Because if I didn't, this might actually be worth saving. Oh! I actually didn't. Okay, interesting. Okay, this might be worth it. If I altered defense to surety, I could cope with this, admittedly. Because I think... Yeah, evasion 2, action speed 2. Yeah, I could cope with this. It just doesn't have the surety like Shrouded Ninja Tabby and Hunting Boots have, which is like, fine. Because I don't really have very good variants of either. Not like I have really crazy Veil boots anyways, either. Could probably change magic defense to surety or additional action speed. And try doing shit that way. I'll probably do surety, honestly. And then just cope with this. Because action speed and evasion increase through leveling out with the Shrouded Ninja Tabi. Yeah, I might do that. Action speed, evasion for 2-star. I could probably cope with this too, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I think there's a 2-star boot that I can... Yeah. If I altered action speed flat or surety on this, I could probably cope with this too. And just use this for the time being. Do you have any chainmails? I do have some chainmails. I think I have one chainmail that I'm mainly using, and the rest are kind of just unification fodder. Sorry, bro. Hey, it's not your fault, GGB, shit happens. I'm just gonna have to grind some more, unfortunately. It is very, very unfortunate. But, you know, it's just a normal day in the life of a very unlucky person. I'm just gonna have to suck it up and keep grinding, that's all. Any boots that's not hunting boot is cope. Not Shrouded Ninja Tabi. I would argue Shrouded Ninja Tabi is a good, I would say it's a good stopping point until you can start grinding hunting boots. Because Ninja Tabi is literally just hunting boots with less action speed and evasion. Like, they both offer the same amount of surety. Which is the main selling point to hunting boots, is the surety. You know, because they have really good action speed, really good evasion, and they have innate surety. That's the main thing. Ninja Tabi does also have that. But hunting boots is literally Shrouded Ninja Tabi on steroids. Like, that's the thing. So, you can totally just settle with Shrouded Ninja Tabi for the time being, and then once you're ready, you can farm Alabaster, and then just use the hunting boots. Because again, the hunting boots is literally just a better version of Shrouded Ninja Tabi. So, in my argument, no, Shrouded Ninja Tabi specifically is not cope. It's more of just a placeholder for hunting boots. Everything else, yeah, to an extent, I do agree. But counterpoint, Brave Shoes are really good for spellcasters, because fear is essentially paralysis for spell users. So if you have fear tolerance, you're not going to get fear inflicted on your mage or your spellcasters. And the reason being is because when a person is scared or has the fear effect, they cannot use any of their spells, and each turn that you don't cure it, it actually reduces your MP by 1. So these Brave Boots would be really, really good on your spellcasters. So these Brave Shoes, I would say, would be better fit for your mage casters, or your spellcasters, your mages, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, over hunting boots. Because hunting boots' main thing is action speed and surety. Brave Boots gives you the action speed and evasion without any of the negatives like the boots do, while also giving you that fear tolerance. What classes can equip the hunting boots? I want to say every class can equip them, because they are I think. Actually, let me double check. Because maybe mages can't even wear them, because they're categorized as boots. So let me double check to see if mages can equip them. Because if mages can equip them, then yes, everyone can equip them. Okay, yeah, so mages can equip hunting boots. Okay, so yeah, everyone can equip hunting boots. They count as like an actual like the Veil boots or whatever. But let me check real quick my chainmail because I want to say Malcolm was asking. Yeah, Malcolm was asking. Who has my chainmail? Who has the one chainmail that I'm actively using? Because, like, see, the rest of these are just dog shit. Like, this I can cope with. 2-star with surety in it already. Which I might cope with right now since I really don't have any other chainmail, but it's whatever. Here it is. This was not altered at all. It was originally a 4-star blue. I am waiting for the last slot to alter surety on there because I'm hoping that it's action speed percentile, because if I have action speed, evasion percentile, and action speed percentile, or even if it's just evasion flat, those two are fine. That way there I can just take the magic defense and then alter it into surety, and I think that would work. Surety would also be really good in the 4th slot, but I'm thinking more realistically because it's really, really hard for a chest plate to actually get surety on the last slot. But if it does get surety on the last slot, that's a huge W because I'm just going to alter a magic defense into surety again, so I'm going to have double surety on there. Again, that is best case scenario if I get surety on the 4th slot. If you just click the little eye for information on the equipment, you see a table of what jobs can equip the gear. Wait, are you serious? Wait, hold up. Wait, where? It's blessings. That's the resistance passive. Where's the... Wait, what? If you just click on the little eye for information on the equipment, you see a table of what jobs can equip the gear. I don't see what... I don't see where the eye is. So that's the lock. These eyes are for blessings and passives. Look inside inventory. Oh my god. Okay, of course. It's inside the fucking inventory. Whatever, man. Okay, I see. A little obnoxious that I have to look inside the fucking inventory itself, but alright, cool. Yeah, interesting. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. I think I got everything. Like I think that's everything. I'll just probably just extract real quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna extract these steel fucking helmets too. Like, I'm honestly not super crazy invested in trying to cope with helmets or gauntlets, because I know that I'm gonna go fucking crazy on the Greater Seal Demon once the Blade Ambassador collab is over, and he is going to give me really good helmets and gauntlets, so I really don't care about those. I care mainly about, for the event specifically, I guess, I care mainly about the event gear, but when it comes to just normal, like what gear I find in junk piles in general, I mainly care about the other shit. Holy. Holy moly. I will say, we got a lot of extract fodder, so that's nice. Maybe we get a lesser full oldstone in one of these extractions. That would be nice. That'd be really nice. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna lock that. Nice collectible to have. The more you know, true. Full Altstone incoming, or lesser full Altstone incoming? I hope so. This 4-star attack and magic attack, I will actually hold on to that. Surety was altered on this, that's why I'm not really using this. Especially since I have better gear. It's very unfortunate that Surety had to be altered on here. But if you're someone like Shiro, you would already know that Surety was altered on there because you can't naturally get Surety on fucking gauntlets, but it's fine. Whatever. But yeah, this is attack and magic attack, so I'm probably just gonna keep that. Hunting gloves I'll hold on to. Because hunting gloves, they have high innate accuracy, which will help a lot with hunters, or not hunters, wow, with rangers, because rangers can't equip light armor. They're like mages, they can only equip cloth armor. So these hunting gloves are going to be like the only option for Yrza if I ever want to start using her again. Get rid of some of these veil gloves. I'm gonna get rid of just most of this shit. Like, to be honest, I don't really need it. I have my eyes set on other things. I think I might cope with this silver gear when I have the chance, and I actually have the fucking funds to cope with it. But until then, I'm really not gonna give that much of a shit about it. Same with this, actually. Wait. Yeah, I'll hold on to it to cope. I'm not gonna do it right now, but later on down the line when I have like actual funds and I actually have the time to have fun with equipment, I will I'll cope with it. Did we get no shields from that? Yeah, well, actually, no, that makes sense. I don't recall getting any shields from those, from that equipment, actually. Alright, then. Excuse me. Hey, lesser full oldstone. Let's go. Good stuff. We love to see it. Ugh, see, extraction fails. I really do not like these. They should not, like, the moment they introduced the fragment stone system, or the refined stone fragment system, this should not be a thing. This should, like, being able to get something out of every failed extraction, like, this should not be paid walled. I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. Regardless, we got a lesser full oldstone. That's huge. Good shit. Alright, alright, alright. Maybe we can get another one? Maybe? Possibly? Did I need a steel ring for something? I feel like I need to hold on. If I found another bastard, it doesn't really matter. I'll get rid of it. Another one? Oof. Not another one. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. If I want to action speed and divine max on a priest, isn't a wand and a shield better than two-handed? A wand and a shield is good for priest for action speed, not really for divine power. Because the most divine power you're going to be getting is from a two-handed staff. Because two-handed staffs just have such overwhelmingly high divine power and magic power stats, comparatively speaking, to the one-handed rods. But if you mainly want to focus on buffing and debuffing with your priest, a one-handed wand with a shield is definitely the way to go. If you have really good divine power blessings with that kind of build, you can definitely do some really good healing. And if it's Alice, you could probably... I don't know. You could probably do some decent healing if you have like really good blessing rolls on your equipment. If you are going to go that route, though, I would heavily encourage people to farm for the Mauve shield. And the reason why is because it's the only shield in the game that gives you a status tolerance, and that status tolerance is confusion. Actually, I take that back. There's another one that is the anti-venom shield, which lets you have tolerance to poison, but like nothing substantial does poison damage, and you can always cure it with a lot of Mophis, so it really doesn't fucking matter. What matters is the Mouth Shield, though, because of the confusion resistance. If you are going to go the action speed route of a priest, cough cough, Alice, cough cough, and you want her to be super fast to, you know, inflict buffs and inflict debuffs and, you know, heal and all that other good shit, definitely the Mouth Shield to resist against confusion, especially when you go against the Greater Seal Demon. Because the more confusion tolerance you have, the less likely the Greater Seal Demon is to actually inflict confusion on you. So if you play your cards right with Priest Alice, she will have a shield, she'll have the Mouth Shield, the Heat Haze Boots, the Separation Cave, or Separation Helm, and the Separation Gauntlets. And let's see, that's 20, 40, 60, about 80 to 90 tolerance for confusion. I was going to say and charm, but Mouth Shield doesn't affect charm, so. But that's around 80 to 90% tolerance for confusion. Like, in theory. Alright, so your Alice is going to have, like, little to no chance of getting confused because of all of that tolerance. And that is if you have the Heat Haze Boots, the Mouth Shield, the Helm, the Separation Helm, and the Separation Gauntlets equipped on her. And that is actually what I was planning on going for. I do have a okay Mouth Shield. But the thing is, I didn't think about doing this on Alice. I had this Mouth Shield way back when the Flower Dungeon first dropped and the meta was still one-handed weapons. So I built this Mouth Shield for physical attacking characters, which is very unfortunate because I don't want to use it on physical attacking characters. So this was the Mouth Shield that I have. Or this is the Mouth Shield that I have, excuse me. And I even... Oh, there. These are the anti-venom shields that I was talking about. But yeah, so this... it's so unfortunate. Because if I built it mainly on action speed, and then I was able to, like... I don't know, import, like, a fucking divine power blessing on it, or whatever the fuck, this would be a really, really good shield. But I can't even alter it because I already altered attack on it. So this has surety. This had innate surety. I think this was a blue one, actually. This had innate surety. I altered attack, and then I got action speed percentile. Like, like from a lucky, you know, blessing. It's just unfortunate because of that. I can't really alter that. I can use a Lesser for Alt Stone, but then I don't get the level up milestones for slots 1 and 2. And it's just... At this point, I might just have to farm for a Mouth Shield on my own. So then I have better odds against the Greater Seal Demon with my Alice. Because the one thing that I have... that I've been really encountering, and it's been really eating a lot of asshole, is my Alice has been getting confused a lot recently. And I would have the separation gauntlets on her, like how I have it right here. So I have the circlet and the separation gauntlets. So it's... Oh my goodness, and she still gets fucking confused. And I put the fucking Heat Haze fucking boots on her, and she still gets fucking confused. And I'm like, fuck you, bitch! Here's the Mouth Shield, which will do fucking nothing for you. So I just need a Mouth Shield that's better for her. And for those of you who are wondering why I have a circlet on her instead of the Separation Helm, yes, the circlet has innate magic damage, and this is a magic damage focused item. But that is not the reason. And it's also not even for the sleep tolerance on here. I actually completely forgot that this doesn't have sleep tolerance. Or that this does have sleep tolerance. The reason why I have this over the Separation Helm is because the circlet gives about a 10 point increase in Confusion and Charm Tolerance compared to the Separation Helm. So the Separation Helm has about 20 Confusion and Charm Tolerance. The circlet has about 30 Confusion and Charm Tolerance. So with the circlet, the circlet and the gauntlets, the Heat Haze boots, and the Mouth Shield, I should theoretically get close to, if not exactly, 100% Confusion Tolerance. And that's why I want a good Mouth Shield. Because if my support/healer, like if my full support character cannot be confused, that is going to be a huge W against the Greater Seal Demon. Good evening. Hey, Night Sebeth, how are you, man? That's a mood. I'm currently in Abyss 3 and currently walled by the doll that causes charm. Bro, you are one of those people, and I don't mean that, and I don't mean that to be rude, but like there are a lot of people that are stuck on the doll boss, and I'm very curious as to why you are stuck. And is it just like because the doll just keeps spamming afflictions on you? Like, are you not killing it fast enough? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not trying to be like a jerk, but I genuinely just want to know what you're having issues with. Because like I've always been interested in it, because I remember having troubles with the doll boss myself, and I thought the Heat Haze boots and everything would be like the play, but eventually it was just a matter of I dealt enough damage in enough time to where she couldn't even like hit me with the Charm and Confusion, so I just like fucking blitzed her. Okay, that's it? She just keeps spamming the fucking Charm and Confusion. Okay. So, literally, I'm not joking. When I say boost your action speed and your damage as much as you can, so you can hit her really hard, really fast, I am genuine when I say that will kill her. You will beat her probably turn 1. I'm not kidding. On the bright side, I did recently pull Shelly, so I'm bringing her up. Hey, go for it, man. You know, more power to you. But I'm telling you, bro, as much action speed as you can, as much damage as you can, and if you want to deal even more damage, go to increase your surety. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Fighters, two-handed weapons. Focus on surety, damage, and action speed. And just fucking slam as much fucking damage on that dumb bitch as you can. I'm telling you, bro, you might kill her turn 1. I'm not kidding. I'll do my best. Hey, dude, I have faith in you, bro. You can do this. You just need to get in the headspace of physical attackers, okay? two-handed weapons, and you know they're two-handed, well, obviously because you can't equip shields, but also because they have the strength base plus passive. That is going to help a lot, okay? I'm serious. So get your fucking fighters and shit, get the strength base plus passive weapons on, get as much damage, as much surety, and as much action speed as you can, and I'm telling you, make sure you're okay, so get your priest, alright? Yeah. Get your priest as fast as you can. Fucking just like spam the highest, like just use the highest level, okay? What the fuck? Macaldia, okay? Use the highest level Macaldia you can on your front row. Have them stacked to the fucking brim, okay? I'm talking as much as you fucking can. If you can't get that much, you farm for it, okay? Get as much attack, as much action speed, as much fucking surety, alright? Make sure your priest is faster than these motherfuckers, okay? I'm telling you why. Because you fucking slam Macaulay on there, the highest level you fucking got, that's going to increase their accuracy and their sure chance even more, okay? You're going to be fucking hitting this goddamn stupid motherfucking doll for a ton of fucking damage. You won't even be thinking about Shelly, alright? You're going to be thinking about, how am I gonna make these stupid Neanderthal giant stick wielding motherfuckers to deal more fucking damage against this porcelain piece of shit? And how the fuck are we gonna deal so much damage that we're going to shatter it to a million pieces in one fucking turn? Because I'm telling you, if you have that fucking mindset, you forget about the two other fucking corner characters in the back row. They don't even fucking matter. All that matters is that fucking front row. And that fucking, that fucking, support in the middle, back row, I'm telling you, dude, focus on those four, okay? Bro, I'm telling you, you will blitz through the doll boss. You will not even worry about how it's going to affect you with afflictions. Because it will not have the chance to affect you with afflictions, alright? Because of how much damage you're going to be fucking dishing out on this bitch. I'm telling, like, get 3 fucking fighters, bro. I'm telling you. I am telling you. You fucking got this, Knight, alright? Just take this advice, alright? I'm telling you, you're gonna fucking blitz through it. That doll will not even know what hit her. And I mean that both physically, like literally and metaphorically speaking. You will be so fucking fast, you will kill her turn 1, alright? Alright? Like literally, she will not see it coming. You are going to be so fucking fast. And you're going to hit so fucking hard, she will die in 1 turn. If you get enough fucking damage. And I'm telling you, if the damage doesn't fucking work, that's where the surety goes in. Alright? And the reason why is I already talked earlier in the stream about soft caps. I'm telling you, if you reached a level of attack and increasing it more doesn't do enough, get some surety in there. The second you do a sure hit, that's a fucking multiplier of 0.75 on all the damage you're already doing. It's gonna boost like your damage from like 1,500 to like almost 2,500, if not more. Like that kind of, it's gonna be nuts. I'm telling you, you're gonna be blitzing through. And the doll boss only has like fucking 6.5k damage, or HP, excuse me. You're gonna blitz through it. I'm telling you, bro. I was able to barely break through the doll on the second try. I had iron gear on about everyone and was able to sneak out a kill, and my MC was lucid just long enough to throw a water axe to finish. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, Pocket Grappler. The resistance spell helps too. I think it's called Kinnepick. It does help. Okay, Kinnepick does help a little bit. If you are going to go for the long haul, but with this doll boss, it is very, very highly recommended to get the fight done as soon as possible, so then she doesn't even get a chance to do it, alright? I had to rely on Geralt for DPS when I faced the doll back then. Took 13 to 14 tries before things went well, as I finally was free from the cursed doll. Hey, bro. At least you got it. You fucking got it, dude. That's good shit. I used the Scrolls of Resistance, and the dolls still broke my adventurers' minds. Wiped their MP as well. I think X has the right take on this. because the community guide method was nightmarish. I am unfamiliar with what the community guide said, but what originally started off as me memeing saying hit the doll really hard, really fast, like that was originally a meme, alright? People actually started incorporating it and it actually worked, and more people have been actually like able to get past the doll boss with that meme advice. I wish I was kidding. Like, I can't even, like, I can say it in a meme-ish way, but it's no longer a fucking, like, that is the way to handle it. I'm not even kidding. Like, and it's funny because when I first said it, I was more referring to the, like, how I did it, because I just Oonga Boonga'd it. Like, the way that I'm telling you now. Like, I literally just fucking hit it as hard as I could, and it just fucking was gone. Alright? And admittedly, I didn't even rely on my fighters, because I wasn't entirely sure how I was going to build my characters, because at that point, I was just going through the way that, you know, I would deem logical, and I thought it was like a possessed doll, so I was like, oh, maybe it's undead. So I started using scrolls of fucking, of Bodios. So, like, I'm scrolling them, I'm doing, like, 500 to 25, or 21 damage, I'm like, dude, this is fucking great. My equipment was fucking ass, dude. I was like, dude, 521, oh my god! Bro, my equipment was so dog shit back then. Oh my god, it was embarrassing just thinking about it now, bro. No, but if you have like a really good, like at least a decent roll weapon, and you're just like fucking like stacking that shit on, you're leveling up and shit, and then you're like focusing on your action speed. I'm telling you, bro, you don't even need you don't need scrolls, you don't need items, you literally do not need anything. As long as you have enough attack power, accuracy, and surety, and then your priest is able to buff everyone up before they start attacking, and you're able to dodge the sentries that are in the fucking way between you and that goddamn doll boss. I'm telling you right now, dude, you will Oonga Boonga through it and wonder how that boss gave you as much trouble as it did. It's genuinely crazy. So heavy attack level 4. Heavy attack any level you can muster, okay? If you can do level 4 and you can have more than one character at level 4 heavy attack, bro, that is going to fuck up the doll boss. Level 4 is great, alright? If you can do level 5, hey, that's even better, alright? Or, if you can, go for Decisive Torso Strike. Heavy attack is good, but Decisive Torso Strike does more damage. Heavy attack, it does less damage, but it's more cost effective, SP wise. So, yes, heavy attack level 4, perfect. Anything higher would be even better. And then Decisive Torso Strike should also be another skill that you should keep your eye on, because Decisive Torso Strike is a really, really good skill. It's just very cost hungry. But the next super good skill that fighters get, that's a fighter exclusive skill, that's like really cost effective and does a lot of damage and even has a chance to stun, which is fucking stupid in my opinion, because that's just because the chance to stun is based off your fucking attack power, which is nuts. And that all of that being a skill called Earth Shattering Strike. It is an insanely good skill. You will get it at level 62, so unfortunately you can't use it now, but that is a skill to keep an eye on when you do level up your fighters. But yes, heavy attack level 4, perfect. He's right, the doll boss's HP doesn't seem that high. Yeah. Sadly, is a DPS check / Lux check, literally. I can see how someone could genuinely be stuck on her for a while. Oh yeah, no, I can too. I can too. You will never see me, like, make fun of someone for being stuck on a boss. I will, like, the only time I will make fun of someone for being stuck on a boss is if they're bitching and moaning and they are, like, they're not taking the effort to, like, think about what to do. You know, they're just sitting there doing the same thing over and over again, pretty much banging their head against the wall and wondering why it's not working. Like, that's the only time I will make fun of someone for like being stuck on a boss. Because at that point, you're not even like trying to figure it out. Like, you're not trying to like figure out a way to like defeat the boss in any sense. You're just like doing the same fucking shit every single time, expecting a different outcome, which is actually the definition of insanity. I will make fun of someone for doing the definition of insanity due to their own laziness and unwillingness to want to change their tactics, alright? That is the only time I will make fun of someone for being stuck on a boss. Only time. Even more surety damage, since I have Way of the Thief at level 2 for my MC, that's going to be really good for you, Knight. That's going to be awesome. Power is always the best outcome. Hit it till it dies. You make it sound like the doll boss is a pushover. I'm telling you, if you take this tactic, Kami, alright? Well, welcome back, by the way. It's been a hot minute since I've seen you join with the streams. But if you do take this tactic, Kami, I'm being so fucking for real. If you take this tactic that I'm talking about here, and you execute it and just dish out as much fucking damage as possible in one turn, you will kill it. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm being so 100%. And this is coming from somebody who used to say that as a meme. It's not a meme anymore. Like, with two-handed weapons, you can do that easily and just bulldoze through the doll boss. I'm not fucking kidding. It is that crazy. So, like, it is so insane that if you have two back row corner characters also as fighters, and you have them use spears or bows, that's just going to add on the extra DPS you need if you lack it. But the doll boss is so, with a stacked team, like a good, okay, I shouldn't say stacked, with well-built fighters, okay? With well-built fighters, specifically, because they deal the most, attack, like DPS, they deal the most attack per second. Outside of samurais, okay? Because samurais are in a completely different league, as I established earlier on in the stream. But in terms of non-advanced class, they are the highest DPS in the game. In terms of non-advanced class, okay? I would like to emphasize that before anybody fucking screams and yells at me trying to correct me. No, outside of the advanced classes, the fighter does the most damage, alright? So, like, with a well-built fighter with a two-handed weapon, and you invested in attack, surety, and speed, and action speed, you will go through that boss. Easy. Literally a glass wall. Yeah, workman kill enemy? Hey, no problem with that, man. I totally get it. Shit happens. I'm just glad that you're able to make it, you know? I hope everything's going well with you, man. I hope work isn't too invasive, you know what I mean? I inherited Deborah's SP recovery on kill for my MC, so cost isn't that much of an issue. So in other words, if they're being stubborn and whining, yes. In other words, you're right, Knight. And that's awesome that you inherited Deborah's SP recovery skill. That skill is almost essential on everyone that uses SP. So if you have any other character that you have investment in that uses SP, definitely give it to them too. Obviously, if you're uncertain if you want to do that because you're not sure of what characters you use, definitely don't be afraid to ask around the community. They would be more than happy to help. Hey Ehab, how are you, man? I'm with X on this. Resistance up did nothing to spare me from Confusion and Charm. Those attacks are based on how long the fight goes. Finish it fast and you bypass the punishment mechanic. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm actually somebody who tried using Kinnepick and all the resistance buffs and shit, and they didn't work for me either. And that's why I was saying, like, the Oonga Boonga strat, hit hard, hit fast, that worked for me, honestly. And I was able to go through it. And this was with the one-handed weapon meta. It should be easier for you with the two-handed weapon meta. And I'm not saying this to, like, invalidate anyone or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying this because it should be more easily obtained for people who don't spend, like, nearly as much money as, like, the average player would. Like, if you're entirely free to play, alright, and you go with the two-handed meta, this should this feat should be obtainable to you. And I'm more emphasizing this to, like, for people who are uncertain, like, as they're free to play. Like, if you are free to play, this feat of Oonga Boonga strat, because of how they reworked the Strength Base Plus passive, this should be obtainable to you. Whether it's easy or not, I can't say that for certain, but it is obtainable. I know that for certain. I don't know how long it's going to take, that, meh, but whether it is or isn't, I know for certain it is. Think of it as a rage timer? Yes, I agree with that, Baka Grappler. I think we'll ever get Ranger class for MC. I think it's very likely that we will get Ranger class for MC, yes. I would be surprised if we didn't. We have gotten every class so far. And you might not have noticed that because you are still in Abyss 3, and we unlock Samurai class in Abyss 4. But yes, as of, I want to say I'd say around 2-ish months ago, I want to say, is when the Oni Island extension came out. But since around then, we were able to utilize every class with the exception of Ranger. Because with every update, they tend to give the MC the newest class. I'd say probably... I can't really say for certain how long. If I had to guess, I would say around like 4 months after a class has been released. You know, that's usually because Wizardry devs can't really implement shit for, you know, they can't implement shit in a timely manner. But I would be very surprised if we never got Ranger class, for MC. So give to Abanyas when I get her again. I'm sorry, Knight. I must have yapped too much to understand what your question was for. What were you asking me to give Abanyas when you get it again? I'm sorry. I genuinely think I just yapped over that, so that's my bad. But just so that I understand, because I don't want to give you the wrong advice. So good. Me and Deborah's inherit got a bunch. Oh, yes. Yes. So what you're asking is if you should put Deborah's inherit onto Abanyas. Yes. If you are investing in Abanyas, and you're gonna have her be like one of your main fighters, I definitely recommend you put Deborah's inherit on her as well. So if you want a general gist of where my team is right now, I use Lana. I use Lana Vale. She is an incredibly good fighter. Well, she starts off as a knight, and she has really, really good quality of life passives that will help your team out a lot. But I change her to a fighter, because that way there you get the quality of life passives on top of having a really, really good fighter class character. So you have the really good DPS with really good like passive healing, passive attack buffs. So I definitely recommend using her too if you haven't been using her yet. And then with Abanyas, since you're using Abanyas, yes, I would definitely recommend you put Deborah's inherit on her. And I would also recommend you put Deborah's inherit on Lana's as well, or on Lana as well, if you have Lana built. If you aren't investing in Lana, don't worry about it. You don't feel like you have to invest in her, but she is a very good character if you do start to invest in her at some point down the road. I do definitely recommend you give her a shot if you are curious about her support passives, because literally she's just passive attack buff for herself and neutral and good allies next to her. She has passive healing, so she heals a little bit of HP for your team at the end of each fight, and she's just an overall tanky fighter unit when you change her into a fighter. Now, obviously you want to take advantage of her already knight class, and by that I mean lower her knight class up just a bit, get as many good skills as you can, and then change it to a fighter. But, I would say give it a shot when you have the chance. Don't feel like you need to build her, but if you are looking for a good fighter character or just a really good support character, I would highly recommend you check out Lana. So basically, he's asking about the Flutter Dream Slash character with Deborah's SP replenishment mechanic. Yes, he is definitely asking about that, Baka. Yes. Yes. Sadly, only have Wandering Lana, not the original with the passive healing on win. Oh, shoot. That's right. I forgot they changed that. Oh, man. Okay, gotcha. So for those of you who are confused, Wana originally had normal Lana's inherit, like just off rep. She originally had Lana's inherit, and she didn't have her own inherit. And all of the alternates didn't have their own inherits until just recently. I want to say around the time Yuzu came out, I think. So before then, maybe it was a little bit before then, but regardless, before then, they would have the same inherits that their base counterparts had. And I completely forgot about that. So what you would want to do is merge Wana into Lana. And that way there, you would have both inherits on top of how effective Wana is. Because Wana's discipline and passive is literally an upgrade of Lana's. Lana is mainly good for just the inherit. I would say if you want to get into the whole IV system, I could give you a couple points on that, but I feel like that's already a lot of info. I've already given you a lot of information. I don't want to overload you too much. Hey, Makoto, how are you, man? Give it time, you'll see the Lana with the HP replenishment mechanic. It's unavoidable as long as you roll on banners. That is true, especially if you roll on the permanent banner 1. She can pop up. My only other legendary fighters at the moment alongside Abanya's are Levana and Geralf. Are they any good? Oh yeah, Levana's very good. I mainly use Levana for the Greater Seal Demon, though. I personally don't use Geralf. I know there are a lot of people that like using him, but personally, you could probably get away with not using him. It really is personal preference, but I tend to use Levana a lot against the Greater Seal Demon because her inheritable is really good. All three are top fighters, especially the first two. That's true. Levana is very good, yes. Geralf is just pure stat god. Yeah, I can see where that's the case. Yeah, I just personally don't use Geralf. That's just my personal thing. I'm not a huge fan of Geralf. I feel like he could be better. But yeah, I used Levana against the Greater Seal Demon, which is a super boss that you will unlock later on in the game. Actually, you'll probably unlock it after defeating the doll boss, actually. So I would recommend you build her. Yeah, if you have more space on your team and you're looking for the spaces to be filled, I would definitely recommend you put Levana on your team. Yeah. And if you are looking for more advice and you want to talk to more people amongst the community, do not be afraid to check out my my Discord. Nothing an alt can't fix. That is true, Magoto. You do have a point. If Geralf got an alt, unless Gerard treatment, okay, that is also true. If Gerard, Jesus Christ. If Geralf got a alternate and he got better passives than his base, I feel like he has the potential to be the best fighter in the game. That's how I feel. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But if everything works out well, if Geralf gets an alter, I feel like he could be the best fighter. Is Yarmus worth getting, or should I get D1 for SP Burke? I got a copy of each collab character except him. Really? Alright, so there are two sides of this. Alright, I just want you to hear both. Part of me, the collector part of me, would say to get one of each character, so then you have one of each character in your box, whatever the fuck you want to call it, your storage, alright? So then that way there, if you do end up wanting to use Yarmus later on at some point in time, you'll have them right there. Another part of me wants to say just go for the D1 Burke, because Birkanan is a really good character, and she is arguably better than Yaramis. I would say Yaramis, I don't know. It's for me, it's on the fence because Yaramis got a samurai class change. So which one is better between Yaramis or Burke, for me personally, it's on the fence. But those are kind of like my two sides of it. So if you want it, I would say just choose which one resonates with you most and just go with that one. Nice, you got original Burke and Ainiki, but not the other two. That's fair. Both Burks give SP. Which one are you talking about? And the one that gives surety? Yeah, I mean, like, I would assume it's just, it'd just be Burke. I mean, if it's alternate Burke, that's definitely, the way to go, but, But yeah, I mean, so, like, the biggest... If I wanted to get really into the nitty-gritty about it, if I were you, and I was really stuck on one more, like, legendary character, do I have Shiyu? If I have Shiyu, I'm most likely not going to be using Yaramis. So go for Burke Discipline. But if I want to collect all the characters to just have them available to me whenever, go for Yaramis. If I don't have Shiyu, really, it could be either one. I'd vote Burke, massive, deserving of massive pulls, massive inheriting, massive usage. Quote me on that. Hey, Knight's spitting. Knight's spitting something fierce, alright? Everyone better listen up to Knight right now. He's cooking something spicy in the fucking kitchen, alright? He's got some, yeah, he's cooking. He's spitting. But yes, if anybody has any more questions, or wants to talk more in the community, it's not even just me. Like, there are other people dedicated for, like, whenever they have the free time, they are there to help you. And we even have people that are from the community guide in my Discord as well. So all those people are more than willing to help you whenever they have the free time. So if you are interested, I have a permanent invite link in not only my YouTube bio, but also in the description of this live stream. It's going to be a permanent available invite for anybody who wants to join. This counts for both the description of all live streams on top of the YouTube bios. So if any of that interests you about, like, keeping up to date with the community, getting your questions answered to a more reliable people, or people that are there that are able to answer your questions, every other day, so, whenever they have the free time, because, again, they are not, like, getting paid to help you, but they are there to answer questions because they are more than willing to do so when they have the free time. If you're interested in any of that, definitely don't be afraid to check out my Discord, because that's where most of the people, like, who want more, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but my Discord's available if you are interested in that kind of stuff. Because there is also the unofficial Wizardry Discord, that you could also go to, that, there are other people that help out and stuff. But my Discord is also a resource that you can use to help have your questions answered and stuff. So, I mean, it's just up in the air. It's available to everybody. I just wanted to let that be known. For me, I got all 4 characters from the Gathering of 7 Buck Bones. Then I decided to try to maximize the Exolic Inheritables and chased Yarmus until 100 pity. Wow. Okay, Baka Grappler, I see. I see. Yeah, I do actually want to summon Yarmus at least one more time to see if I get a Strength IV. Because if I don't get any IV, I'm going to move that onto Shelly. Because, dude, Shelly Exolic just sounds so fucking good to use. You know what I'm saying? Just got back from the gym. I thought this was supposed to be a short stream, lol. No, this was a late stream. I started it late. Very unfortunately. It's because I was encountering, oh my goodness, technical difficulties. So, very unfortunate. Getting Yaramis and inheriting Exolic to your favorite mage is also nice. Not that strong, but it's fun. Exactly. Totally agree. Not a fan of getting Exolic for inheriting, unless you really like mages. I mean, that's true. That is true. Whether you want, like, if I were asked, should I prioritize getting Exolic to inherit, I would say no. Because it's definitely not the thing to do for this collab. But if you have a mage that you really like Shelly, and you want her to have a really good single target damage, like spell, Exolic is definitely the way to go. So if I were to be asked by new players, would you advise me go for Yaramis just to inherit Exolic? I would say no. There's no point. But again, if you have a character like Shelly that you like, and you want her to deal more single target damage, Exolic is there right now. Unfortunately, only for 3 more days as of this stream. Abating difficulty through camaraderie. True. But yes, for everybody who is interested in keeping up with the community, having your questions answered, just the camaraderie, like Knight has said, my Discord is definitely open to everyone. Obviously, follow the rules. I'm not going to just say, it's a ruleless land. Like, when you first join in, there are rules you have to read, and then you click on the checkmark react to accept and understand the terms, But, once you're there and you accept the terms of service, you can talk and hang out, even. If you start maxing out the Way of the Mage, Exolic spam is kind of nice. True. I think I have Shelly's Way of the Mage level 2, and I know the bounties give you the Way of the Mage scrolls. So, I mean, if you want to use that as if you want to use that as a justification to inheriting Exolic on your mage, go for it. But at the same time, I don't think it really needs justification. If you are just, if you're not advising people to beeline for Exolic and put it on your mage and then just fucking spam it, if you're not encouraging people to do that to brick their accounts, then I don't give a fuck what you do, because most likely it's just your fucking account then. If you want to use Exolic on your favorite mage and then just max out Way of the Mage and then just go fucking have fun, that's your own account, dude. That's whatever, dude. Do whatever the fuck you want. But I just ask that you don't go out of your way to advise people to get Exolic and have that be the main thing to get in the collab, because it's not what you should be aiming for. If anything, it is a skill to allow mages to deal more single target damage. That's it. And as of right now, mages are not in a good spot, so I cannot confidently say to grab Exolic when you can. When the Blade Ambassador collab first came out, mages were good. And I would say to go out of your way and try to get Exolic. Way back when. But because of the meta right now, and because mages have technically been neglected in comparison to most other classes, it is hard to justify telling people to get Exolic and use that for your mage. If that makes sense. TLDR for rules, don't be bad. Yeah, essentially. Porque de los dos, why not join both Discords? You can. You totally can. I was just saying that my Discord is also there as a resource to use if you have already tried using the other Discord, or if you would, you know, not to say nothing, but maybe you like my Discord a little bit more. I mean, what? Who said that? What the fuck? I mean, I guess that's a suggestion, but you know what? Who's what? Come on. Which is a shame since I love playing mages in the most part. Or in most games. That's fair. Yeah, I do like... I also like the mages in this game originally before they got neglected. They were fun to use. Especially when Shelly first dropped. Dude, that was crazy. Shelly was insane. Is there any point in leveling up MC as a mage? Malefic Wind? Yes, Malefic Wind is definitely the way to go. Pretty much just all the debuffs, the debuff spells that mages also learn are really good to have on MC. Because, I mean, like, worst case scenario, you can make MC your another support character, so if you have him learn all of the class, like, level up all the classes, you can have the priest support, the mage support, you can have the chest opening capabilities of Thief, you can have the status inflictions of Thief, you can have the DPS skills of Fighters, you can have the defensive capabilities of Knights. Like, there is just so much, like, there is, like, for MC, there is absolutely no reason why you shouldn't level up a class, like, on MC. Like, it doesn't cost you anything. Like, the most that leveling up a class on MC costs you is time. That is the most. And excluding the advanced classes, it shouldn't be too difficult as long as you know where to grind for XP to level up your MC. If you invest heavily, and I mean heavily, into Way of the Mage, they will be almost on par as a normal naked-based fighter class damage-wise. For mages, yes. Yes, that is true. As the full saying goes, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but is often better a master of one. That is true. I actually didn't hear the third part of that before. That's interesting. But yeah, no, there is literally no reason to not level up all the classes on your MC. In fact, it is highly recommended so you have all of that flexibility and versatility that you would need as for the character. Because at that point, then you're going to be building all, like, your team off of other characters other than your MC. Because when the game first starts, you're probably going to be building your party around your MC. You know, your MC, he's going to be mainly fighter, so he's going to be in the front lines. So now we have to build around characters of like, oh, well, now we need a thief, we need a priest, we need this, we need that. The MC can't be this because he doesn't have the class change for that, so yada yada yada. But when you're in late game and your MC has all of the classes for this, you know, he's got max level for this class, that class, you know, for all the classes, then it's like, okay, well, you know, we got all this, we got this team now we're missing like one thing, and the one thing is this. It's like, oh, well, now I can change the MC to this, and now I don't have to look for anyone like that anymore because the MC can do that effectively enough to where you don't need to find a specialist in that one thing. If that makes sense. The original saying, the rest are built off of, is a jack of all trades but a master of none. But yeah, alright. I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm actually a little tired. I'm a little eepy. So, Knight, I wish you luck, Knight. I have bestowed upon the Oonga Booga knowledge to you for the Dull Boss. Just take my advice, heed my words. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to check out the community Discord and my Discord. have any more questions, don't be afraid to ask there. That accounts for everyone. If you are interested in keeping up with the community and all that other mumbo jumbo, don't be afraid to join the Discord. Please, again, permanent invite always available in the description of the streams and the VODs, because the VODs keep the description of the live streams unless I manually change it. And also the permanent link for the Discord is also in my YouTube bio. It will always be there. Plus, the MC can class change for free, so as long as you have it unlocked in the Well of the Mind, everyone else needs to scroll to change. Exactly, you are exactly right, Knight. Alright, here's hoping going full Barbarian works. Dude, I'm telling you, if it doesn't work, just increase your damage more. I'm telling you, it will work. You just need faith. You misread that, X. The original is Master of None. Oh, of One. Oh, excuse me. Not... the Nun was a joke saying the eclipsed the original. Okay, gotcha. That's my bad, Baka Grappler. My bad. All Doll Boss, a new player's worst nightmare. Yes, we have actually gone through some talking points about it, Magoto. So if you ever want to go back into the VOD, you can overhear the conversation or what I advised. But again, if anybody's interested, don't be afraid to join the Discord. And don't be afraid to like and subscribe to the stream and the YouTube channel. It helps out a lot, I greatly appreciate it, and I am gonna go to sleep. Very unfortunate that we didn't get the event purple gear, but you can't always win. Can't always get what you want. Here's to trying more, though, because I will not stop trying until I get it, or until the Blade and Bastard collab is ended. So we'll see how it goes. I hope you all have a good night, day, morning, whichever time of day you're watching this stream or VOD. Either way, I hope to see you all in the next stream, VOD, or video, and I will see you all in the next one.